Okay, let's begin. From where the hell can I hear myself? Yeah, from Twitch. Okay. The camera is a bit high. We should lower that. Yeah, thank you for that, dude. I guess like that. Should be fine. Meanwhile, the Substance Painter. Meanwhile, the Unreal Engine is opening. I'll try to fix on what the issue I had yesterday, which is something I noticed after, yeah, I named that folder perfection due to the fact that, yeah, it's something you chase as an artist, but it's not really attainable, right? But regardless, you keep striving for that, you keep, you know, pushing for that. Wow. Damn.
still like the way, especially the last 2 years went for me in my career. It's definitely not the way that I want things to finish. You know, end of last year, some qualifying, some races, I felt like I was performing at my best ever. So I haven't felt any degradation in myself yet. We humans, we have dick, but I don't have yet.
Valtteri's clearly ready to go racing again, so here everyone beyond the grid with me, Tom Carlson, the 10-time Grand Prix winner, discusses the various options he has for 2026. Would he like to drive for the new Cadillac team that will join the grid next year? Is there any chance he could race for Mercedes again? Are Red Bull or Alpine potential destinations? Valtteri tells me what strengths he would bring to those teams, and the deadline he's put in place to make a decision on his next move. Given that he never wanted to stop racing, I also asked Valtteri how much he's missing it and why he rejoined Mercedes as reserve driver this year instead of competing in another series, and whether he'd like to try out IndyCar or endurance racing later in his career. He's really open, very engaging, and exceptionally funny. I hope you enjoy what he has to say. Valtteri, how are you? Great to have you on the show again.
Thank you, I'm doing good. Nice to continue our traditions with our annual Beyond the Grid podcast.
Now, the mullet, I have to say, is looking particularly good at the moment. Has it changed colour?
It hasn't changed color since last year. Once it got bleached by the Australian summer, the other year, it stayed like this magically.
Do you know what's quite weird is that the hair is as bleached as it is, the moustache is not, so
Yes.
it looks kind of weird.
Kind of weird, but I don't know.
Sometimes weird is good.
It's very Mansell-esque.
Thank you.
It's very Mansell. Have you thought about a goatee and sort of doing a Damon Hill?
I've thought about it, but I like this current style spec. Yeah.
I did try actually to bleach my moustache last year, but it wasn't a good look. I think it looked even more weird.
Claire Williams was on the podcast recently, and she said how much she was loving Valtteri 2.0, this version of Valtteri, and how different it was to the Valtteri she knew.
Yeah, I know. I mean, as a youngster when I started in the sport, I think I was actually quite shy, very reserved, almost like just a machine. You know, who drives the car. Didn't really show much emotion. Didn't really allow myself to just be who I am. You know. So I've grown a lot, I think, as a human being in the last 12 years or so.
Has this always been there, or is it life experience that has brought out the colourful version of Valtteri?
I think it's always been there, you know, especially when I've been, if I look back, like a long time ago in comfortable situation with my friends and stuff.
We just never saw it.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. And yes, sure, life experience, I've definitely opened up a lot. For me, life is much more straightforward now than it was, let's say, even 5 years ago. You know, I'm just, I don't know, seeing the big picture of life, being able to have fun with certain things, and not taking myself too seriously, which I think is very important in life.
Does that make you a better racing driver?
I would say so. You know, I'm very comfortable who I am, how I look, how I drive. But yeah, I'm definitely, speaking of racing, I'm starting to miss that part.
So interestingly, in Spain last weekend, Fernando Alonso was talking about how he left the sport in 2018 and didn't initially plan to come back, but he said, I needed Formula One still. I had to come back. let's talk about the year out that you're having now. Are you in a similar place with Formula One? You've taken a bit of a step back, and are you realising how much you want to race again?
You know, I always wanted to race, so I don't know, that's the difference to Fernando. I'm sitting here now without a race seat, not because of my own choice, and I definitely still feel, and that emotion was quite quick after I knew I wouldn't get a seat for this year, that I'm not done yet with Formula One. I still have more to give. It's still number one thing in my life, and yeah, that sensation, now that I've been watching aside, has got stronger, and now I like really start to miss racing.
You didn't consider racing in the World Endurance Championship, for example, or going to IndyCar and just keeping racing this year?
I considered everything, all the options, but I thought for me the best would be to be present, to be part of the Formula One team, a great team and a great brand that I've been working with to keep up to date what is happening in F1 2025 in terms of technical things, because the sport never stops, it always keeps evolving, so I want to understand that, and I also want to be part of a team that allows me to be having some insight to 26 regulations and stuff like that, and to be able to do some testing. So that's why I chose to go this path, and I hope that's gonna help me to be on good for next year.
We're speaking in Barcelona, and it was here a couple of months ago that you drove the McLaren TPC car. What was that like?
That was fun. That was fun because before that, the last time I drove an F1 car was in
Melbourne.
Correct, yes.
We ought to explain that, wasn't it the 1999 VAR?
Yeah,
The first Brackley car.
correct. Yeah, that was cool. I mean, that car is so nimble. It's so much more than nowadays, and but the power unit in there wasn't the original specs, so it wasn't the full experience. But yeah,
But other than that, the last time you drove, I suppose, was Abu Dhabi.
correct, exactly. And I had a run recently at PureRef with the W11 2020 Mercedes car. I got some days planned for the summer, and I'm counting on that will keep me sharp enough, plus the simulator work. And if I really feel like, if I don't get the opportunity throughout the year, if I feel like I really need to race something, I think I should be able to find one for the next year.
Tell us about the 2020 Mercedes that you drove at Paul Ricard. Of course, that was before the ground effect car, or the ground effect regulations came in. How different was it to drive?
Very different, actually. Yeah.
And a nice surprise?
Yes, I would say so. You know, the ride is way nicer. You know, the cars, they do have a bit more vertical movement. The cars are vertically a bit softer. The curving is a bit better, and the car was lighter, a bit smaller. I definitely prefer that era of Formula 1, so that's why I kind of like the direction Formula 1 is going for next year, again with a little bit lighter car, a little bit smaller car. So I think it should be more enjoyable for all the drivers next year.
And what about that 2-year-old McLaren that you drove here at Barcelona? I mean, how did that compare to the 2 years ago Alfa Romeo that you had?
Definitely felt the difference. I knew that car was going to be always good in high-speed corners, but the stability it had through, except for the last 2 corners in Barcelona was just next level. And yeah, really enjoyed driving that car, and also with a great team.
Now, you mentioned 2026, so are Mercedes taking you behind the curtain and letting you see what is being developed for next year? Because there's a risk you might be driving for a rival.
They're not hiding anything. You know, they're not like, covering things we find at the factory, or you know, if I ask questions, they answer them. So there's no hiding. I think Toto has known me a long time. He knows that I want to race, and I think he really respects that. And so I think Toto would like to see me as well on the grid. So I don't think that's why there's no secrets really.
Let's talk through your options for 2026. Let's start with Mercedes. What does Toto say? I mean, George Russell's contract is up at the end of the year. Is there a genuine opportunity to race for Mercedes in 26?
Realistically, I think Mercedes as a team, and Toto, I think they're quite content with their pairing at the moment. You know, Kimi is making progress. Yes, he had a couple of difficult races recently, but that's part of the. I think Kimi is more their long-term investment. You know, George has been doing a great job, very consistent, getting most of the car. So
did mention Kimi Antonelli. Have you been impressed by what you've seen from him?
He's made great progress. Yes, I've been impressed, but also I think the season has gone kind of like I expected. He's been really progressing well on his feedback, on his confidence, the way he races, his speed, but also there has been a couple of mistakes which is completely acceptable and kind of expected. Miami was really impressive. He didn't know the track, only one practice, and puts it on the spring pole. You know, that's a show that he definitely has to speed.
Alfred, you're seeing the data, so obviously you have a lot more information, but from the outside looking in, Kimi's progress up until Imola looked fairly linear. I thought it was a steady upward trend. Then came Imola, the home race, born in Bologna. He had his schoolmates there on the Thursday, obviously lots of family and friends. It was a difficult weekend for him. What do you think he learned about how not to repeat that?
I think, first of all, it's part of the learning curve. You learn what works for you, what doesn't. It's quite easy in this sport to get overloaded with things. Okay, every person is different. But for me personally, I never liked to have like too much hassle around, too many people around, because in the end, you're here to do your job, which is to race the car as fast as you can, to work as hard as you can with the team, and minimize any distraction.
So what is your typical entourage at a race then?
I don't really have an entourage, you know.
Physio?
Yeah, physio. Normally a logistics person or slash VA. Quite often it's about it. Sometimes my partner Tiffany would join. Sometimes my either mom and dad would join. Sometimes maybe some of my friends, but normally it's either no one or one or two persons. So that's it.
That's the way you went racing. And do you think if you were to give Kimi any advice after Imola, would it be focus on yourself, reduce the size of the entourage?
It's a tough one. You know, you need to figure out what are the things that gives you energy, and what are the things that gives you confidence and positivity throughout the weekend, and what is considered that you're wasting energy. He's young. He's 18, so he's figuring all that. So I think
Can you relate to the 18-year-old in yourself? I mean, I think you were doing Formula Renault when you were 18.
that's right. I was in Formula One.
Yeah,
I
he's
was
in
never,
Formula One.
I was never imagined at that age to be racing in Formula One. But the sport evolves, you know. He's obviously had a different kind of career path. He started also single seaters very young. It's a bit of a trend now, but that's why he's still learning, and he's working hard, you know. So I really respect what he's doing.
While we're talking about Mercedes, how different does the team dynamic feel without Lewis, without the enormous presence of Lewis Hamilton? Does it feel like a different racing team now to when you raced with the team?
Yes and no. In the end, the spirit is still the same. You know, Toto is still not happy to finish second. The winning mentality is still there. Everyone's working as hard as they can, trying to solve issues, trying to get better. That hasn't changed at all. But otherwise, losing a big figure such as Lewis, I think it has made some kind of difference. It's hard to describe the feeling, but I think also there's been this excitement of young Kimi, you know, rookie driver joining, George having a different role this year, being, you know, let's say the lead driver or the more senior driver. Something is different, but I struggle to put it in words. Maybe a bit chilled in a way.
How difficult is it to step up to that lead driver role? Because you did it when you went to Sauber, Alfa Romeo. What extra responsibilities does the driver take on?
I didn't find it difficult actually. For me, it was quite natural. You know, once you have a rookie driver next to you, you know that he's gonna ask questions. He's gonna quite often like copy your setup, or especially initially in the season, the rookie driver will have much less confidence on the comments and the direction you want to go with the car setup, and that's when the more senior driver has maybe a bit more responsibility in a way to make sure that the changes you are making and pushing for are actually going to the right direction versus wrong direction. But I really enjoyed it actually. That role, just gives you a bit more, I don't know, something. And especially if you make the right calls, if you are able to lead the team into the right direction, and that brings better success, it's super rewarding. So it's nice.
And be completely open with data.
Yeah, fully. That's important. I think that should be taken in.
Go tell that to Prost or Senna.
It's rare
How
these
different
days
the times
that you
are.
get these walls put up in the garage where one side isn't communicating with another, and I think
As
MotoGP
recently as
with
2011,
Valentino Rossi and
Lewis Hamilton
City
published
Gibernau, I can't remember, on the other side
some
of the
data
garage,
publicly that he shouldn't have.
didn't share information, but you can't really
That's just
do
around the
that
corner,
in F1 now
like
because
super
of
close.
the amount of data.
Now
that
everyone's
the
sharing
engineers
everything.
will share, even if the drivers won't. Right?
Yeah.
That's right. You know, I don't think it's not nowadays. For
Come on.
If you want to make progress as a team, you gotta work together.
Well,
That, yeah.
Valtteri,
Absolutely.
team leader. Let's go back onto 2026 and see what options are available. I mean, if we just go down in sort of almost grid order, where there is availability potentially at Red Bull, have you been in conversation
No chance.
with them? Do you think they'd look outside their academy?
I don't know if they look outside their academy. They have so many drivers. You know, they've got obviously kind of their junior team as well. You know, the RB. It's a tough one because it seems like it's not any hard drive. Obviously, Max is doing the job. He's really pushing almost beyond the limits of the car, and whoever has been alongside him hasn't looked great. But I don't know. I just wonder if that car to be driven fast needs a driver with an experience. So I don't know.
Yeah, like Perez doesn't have
That's my
experience.
speculation, but I think they know that I'm keen to race. They know that I would be available for next year, but I don't know their mindset on that. So
Did you talk to Red Bull
From the
about
outside.
2025?
not really. It just looked down quite quickly because I think there's certain persons or a person within the Red Bull organization that for some reason is not a big fan of mine. But that's life.
You talk about the narrow performance.
It has to be
window
Horner,
of
who's
the Red
out,
Bull.
so
Obviously, Max Verstappen is very good at doing that. You are a man who's had 20 pole positions. Clearly, you can.
20, yeah. He was driving a rocket ship.
Can you just explain to us what people mean when they talk about a narrow performance window with the tyres and how difficult it is to keep the car in that?
You know, especially now, the gaps between teams and drivers, they're so small. So if you're a few tenths off, sometimes it means you'll last. With the tires, as always, it's been very sensitive in terms of the temperature. When it comes to qualifying, the outlaps, having them in the sweet spot can make that difference of 5 places on the grid, and then you look either really good or really bad. And if you have a car that is, let's say, a bit pointy, not that easy to position where you want to, then you add all the other factors like you get the tire temps, the wind. I really just think then it helps if you have the experience. If you've driven different kind of cars with different kind of issues, you develop the skill to drive up around problems. And I believe that's been always one of my strengths.
Oh, there is no paint there. I was wondering why.
Kind of figure out
I cannot make.
how to drive around issues.
So you're adaptable,
Gonna get a
you're
brush.
experienced. Just tell everyone how competitive you are. How much do you still want to win? How much do you want to add to those?
A lot.
2 or 3
How
finishes?
much do you want to win?
I'm
What kind of question is that?
in mind, but I just feel like the way, especially the last 2 years went for me in my career, it's definitely not the way I want things to finish. I still have more to give. End of last year,
That's understandable.
some races I felt like I was performing at my best ever. So I haven't felt any degradation in myself yet. So that's why I just want to keep going.
I never thought of drivers having deg.
Yeah, but we humans, we have deg, but I don't have yet. So
What about outside of racing? Are you a very competitive beast? Last time Fernando Alonso was on this podcast, he was saying that if he and I played paddle together, if I beat him, he'd never want to play with me again, or not until he got better and was confident he could beat me. Are you like that?
I am like that, but it's not like I wouldn't play. I'll play it until I beat them.
if I don't want to compete, then I'm fine with that. So I'm also adaptable on that. But yes, naturally I'm competitive.
So put you on 2 wheels, very competitive?
Yeah, if you speak about cycling, I do some
cycling.
events normally on gravel bikes, and I go all in. I can hurt myself a lot. So I enjoy that feeling of giving everything you have.
It's a real masochistic sport, cycling, isn't it? It's
It
quite
is.
lonely and you
Yeah.
are inflicting pain on yourself.
It is. It's a weird sport, but
It's not weird. It's beautiful.
In life with that. For me, it's compared to Formula One. There's so many things that are the opposite. You know, in Formula One, there's lots of people, there's lots of noise, lots of stress. If you get out on your bike, it's vice versa. There's no people, there's no noise, there's no stress. So it's nice and balanced actually.
You get it through cycling. I think I get that through running.
Yeah.
While we're talking bikes, tell everyone how you got on in the gravel World Championships in Belgium last year. It was an epic thing to do. To qualify was epic actually. What age group you were? 30s.
Yeah. So my goal was just to qualify for it. That was my goal. So on a see and try, if I could qualify for World Championships, with obviously limited training because F1 is the main thing. We travel a lot, etc.
Hang on. Limited training. I saw you pounding round racetracks most nights.
Yeah.
How much more training do you need?
If you want to be a pro cyclist, a lot. But yeah, so it was a great experience just to be part of it. I felt proud. I felt very happy to be there, and I gave it all I had. I finished somewhere in the midfield, and I was in the age group 30 to 35, and I'm now 35. So I was happy about that, just to be there and to experience that.
And are you fitter now that you've got a bit more time being a reserve driver?
Yeah, I've had a bit more time to train, and actually I feel like I need to train more this year because I'm driving less, so I need to do a bit more gym. But yeah, still riding a lot, and that keeps me fit and
That's a great way of approaching things.
What is the difference between being a pro cyclist and a pro racing driver? Because you live with Tiffany Cromwell, pro cyclist. Are there parallels? Diet, let's start with that.
Yeah, actually diet. Well, cyclists, they can eat more because they consume, well, they burn more energy throughout the day. You know, a pro cyclist spends many hours a day on the bike. A Formula One driver every day can't do it because you've got to be fresh for the race weekends. Also, you still need to have some muscle to drive Formula One, so you need to, and cyclists, they would consider that as dead weight. You know, it doesn't help you getting up the hill faster. So
I need to interrupt you there.
Yeah.
A friend of mine was cycling on the Monday, or was it the Tuesday after Monaco? You were climbing with Tiff, and you were quite a long way ahead of her. So you would be heavier than your other half, but you're clearly a very good climber.
I wouldn't consider myself a climber, but maybe I was on a training program. Maybe I had to do an effort or something. But she's still pretty rapid on up the hill. I'm still better because of some dead weight on more undulating course, let's say.
Okay, so they can eat more. Just in terms of attitude, the psychology of cycling, pro cycling versus Formula One, can you help each other just day to day?
Absolutely. You know, it's in any sport, well, in life in general, but especially in sport, you always go through ups and downs. Sometimes you're more confident, sometimes you might lose your confidence a bit. It's a consistent learning curve, you know. And having a partner that is in professional sports, I think you can read each other pretty well. You know when to say something, when not to say something, you know, and be there as a support. So we can definitely relate a lot because I think all the top sports, if you gotta be 100% committed to it, there's so many similarities.
And was Tiff really buzzing? Because she won a race in Australia, didn't she?
Yeah,
while
the
we were in
national
England.
title, yeah.
And she came straight to Monaco to tell you about it by the sounds of it.
Yeah, I mean, she's had a great season, obviously. It was about 1.5 months ago she broke her collarbone, first time in her career, and recovered quickly, and first race back, she won it, which was, for me, those kind of stories,
Inspiring.
very inspiring.
Yeah. Let's bring it back to 26. We've discussed Mercedes, we've discussed Red Bull. Another potential opening for Valtteri Bottas might be at Alpine. Have you spoken to them? Would it appeal to race for Alpine next year? Mercedes
I
engine?
think probably there has been some discussions. I haven't really been involved, but I do have a management team. We're always at the background, seeing what is out there. They do have a Mercedes power unit for the future, which I think is a good call. They're on their second driver this year, and I think the next race will show how that goes. Again, I think on a struggle street, let's say, experience can always help. But there's lots of politics in the sport, you know. I don't have tens of millions to pay for a seat example.
Do you have any sponsorship that you can take to a team?
Depends of the team, but yeah, I do have some personal partners that you know could potentially join me, but still, yeah, not to the extent to some others. But let's wait and see a few races, see how things go. You never know if something opens up.
Did you talk to Alpine about this season, about 2025?
Yeah, spoke earlier on last year to quite a few teams because I was naturally going to the end of my contract, but never really jumped into 100% again because I was always convinced I'm going to be part of the Audi project, which obviously didn't happen.
When did you actually find out that that wasn't on the cards? How late in the day?
Late, too late. That was the issue after Brazil. So I think some people knew before me. So that really compromised everything, and that's obviously when I knew that okay, now it's too late to sort out anything else. So bit unlucky there.
There'll be more from Valtteri in a moment, but I just wanted to let you know about the other official F1 podcast you can check out this week. On F1 Nation's review of the Spanish Grand Prix, we discuss the collision between Max Verstappen and George Russell, and Sauber team principal Jonathan Wheatley joins the pod to reflect on Nico Hülkenberg's incredible P5 finish in Barcelona. That's out now, and Sir Jackie Stewart is this week's guest on F1 Explains. That's out on Friday. Just search for F1 Nation and F1 Explains on your podcast app. Okay, let's bring it on to Canada now. New team coming in for next year. I've heard your name being linked to them a lot. How is progress? When are you expecting them to make a decision?
Hi, Ashmasters.
ZBrush. They've been very, very busy.
This is Substance Painter.
On the group for Melbourne next year, or for the test, first test early next year. Timeline-wise, I know my timeline when I want to know about next year and what plans do I need to make, which I think August more or less is a pretty good target for that. But hopefully we'll hear something more soon. Again, I think they have few drivers on the list. I would imagine my experience will help because now I've raced in 3 different teams. With one of the teams had mega success with Williams as well, had some great results, etc. So I hope I'm in a good position. And for me, I actually see very interesting project. You know, something new to Formula One, an American team with a maybe different view to the sport. And for me to, let's say, if I would be there as a driver, would be actually very interesting because you can start from scratch. You know, the team starts from zero, and you could actually make a big influence on certain things, which direction to go, and that would be very motivating and rewarding when the success comes.
Do you think now is a good time for a new team to come into F1 with the rule change?
I think rule change is always a good point to jump in because you just never know. You know, if you suddenly get it right, you actually might be doing really well from the get-go.
Let's throw it 10 years forward now. Will you still be racing something? Are you one of these people who just has to have a steering wheel in your hand?
10 years from now, I'm 45.
Young.
Yes, I think I'll be racing something. I've raced since I was 6 years old. This is my first year since that. You know, I haven't been racing until this day at least, and I miss it, like I said. So I don't see any reason why not.
From a safety point of view, would you go to Indy? Do the ovals concern you?
Ovals, I've never tried them, but I've got no concerns. I think that is one. Let's say if it's not Formula One next year for me, I definitely need to figure out what is the plan B. And one option definitely is IndyCar. And if that would be the case, I would want to commit to many years because I know it's not going to be easy. It's a different category, different cars, different tracks. But yeah, let's not talk about it too much yet. Let's try and stay within it.
F1 is where you want to be. Does endurance racing appeal to you?
Why not? I think Le Mans is a very exciting race. There's many exciting endurance races at the moment. Everything is wide open and I'm very open to anything, and also like sometimes it's good to see where the wind takes you.
Pretty much yes. Using the same brush, like you're using brush, and instead of stitch you use welding. So you have this, and you make it. In here I have the roll cage somewhere. Maybe I should import it, or let's show you an image from yesterday that I did one rendering. But yesterday I came into issues about the model. Let me show you just in a second, and let me mute the podcast so you can hear me better. Just a sec, bear with me. So yeah, in here you would see what an issue I had basically with the normal map, revealing that because the normal map has to be bumped up to 1 or something like that to have the details of the cloth. Now this is a very bad and low resolution image, but you would get what the problem was. So, and from this angle nothing is seen, but when you go from the side, yeah, this is just trying yesterday something to do in Unreal Engine, because this is something I'm going to prepare for Unreal Engine as well. I had to redo the whole UV map, and silly me, what I did is I made all this, and then to preserve the work I tried to overwrite a file that was already opened within Substance Painter, so Substance Painter crashed. So basically this is something I'm redoing right now, but it's a simple thing. Anyway, let me show you. So yeah, I fixed that, and now I'm moving on with the cloth, and it will be done very fast. Now let me show you the rendering I told you about, and the welding on the roll cage I have. Just a sec, this is an image I'm going to show you from yesterday. So yeah, this is the rendering, and here you can see the welding. Now probably it's too much pronounced or something like that, but it's still, you know, it has to be visible from afar and things like that, so I left it be as it is, because yeah, I liked it. So yeah, I will keep developing this today. Practically the plan is to finish up this today, like within the next 3-4 hours at least, to have it put into Unreal Engine, if nothing else. So yeah, just a sec. Yeah, it looks so good that unless you look up very close, it looks like sculpted geo. Thank you very much, man, and it's going to be looking even better because yeah, I'm going to improve on that. So I'm going to lower the normal map a bit, so it doesn't look that up, like, you know, to be that different, that too much pronounced and all that. I have two materials for that. One is the metal on the roll bar itself, and the other one is for the welding of these. You can find on my YouTube channel, I've posted a video. I mean, you can find the whole live stream from yesterday if you're interested in it. And this is basically something that I've done yesterday, like I've said, but now I'm redoing it all over again because of that. But now look, now there is no issue on the side, and it's going to be perfect. Now my plan is making the seat with like several versions in terms of the material. The pads on inside, where it's protecting the driver when he's driving and all that, it's from suede. This is from leather on around the elbows, and the whole cloth of the seat, as you can see, is from a different, like, it's named baseball hat fabric, but this is indeed what they used on racing seats as well. So this one will be from this material, and then I'll have it like all of it just like this. So it will be like this, just different color, like maybe black, and then blue, red, and things like that. I'll play with it. Let me hide this. So yeah, it's going to be like this. Look at that. It's so smooth and alive, feel realistic. Look at that, right? It's so good. Reminds me of a twill. What's twill? I don't know. Oh yeah, the fabric, how it's called. Let me check. Twill. Yeah, something like that. It's actually twill, mate. Yeah, you got that right. It's twill. That's entirely how it looks, and how it should look. By the way, that's the recolor that I have there. Where did I put? Oh, it's on top. Yeah, let me delete that. So that one thing. Another thing is I'm going to have. Can I select multiple here? Or I cannot. But in any case, yeah, let me. How can I select? Just a sec, mate. Unless you know, please let me know. 3D Painter, how to select multiple paths on one paint brush at all at once, if that makes sense. Maybe ChatGPT to ask. But yeah, it's going to be convenient because I'll tell you, I want to have these to have different decorations, something like this maybe, you know. My plan is when I'm going to make like a rolling around the product, I want to have one static chair and it will flip like one version, second version, third version, fifth version, different stitching, different color of the fabrics and all that. That's my idea, what I want to do with this. And yeah, for that purpose I'll have different let me just delete that. Okay, I'll have my plan is to have different stitching designs. So yeah, let me just move on with that. Sorry, I'll be a bit of silent. I appreciate much you asking and stopping by, but I'll just focus a bit now to finish this up and move on with visualization into Unreal Engine because I'm this close. I'll play out the podcast.
About to ask him on YouTube. Do look it up. The indoor Iron Man. Now, there's a reason for me to ask this. Is my son is doing the Frankfurt Iron Man at the end of June. He hasn't done it yet. Hopefully he'll make it to the end. Look, how tough is the challenge of an Iron Man? Any advice you can give my son Paddy?
Well, first of all, to the listeners, the AC has been off here for 30 minutes, and we're like in Finnish sauna. So we're sweating here together.
We're going for
Yeah.
It's nearly ice lake to jump in.
Exactly. It's tough, but it's of course physically very tough, but it's more mentally.
So the cloth,
because when your body is empty, when things start to hurt, then it's just your mind that will keep you going. If you're strong mentally, anyone can do it, you know. But it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt.
How much prep did you do?
No
Because
prep.
you made out on social media that you woke up one morning and thought, what shall I do today? I know. Was that really the case?
So the real case was no prep. I decided the night before.
Who thinks like that?
Well, you can't go apparently. I don't know. You know.
Had you always wanted to do one?
Kind of yes, but kind of. I hadn't even done a marathon before that. You know, that was probably the first marathon at least because within an Ironman you finish it with a marathon. I don't know. The whole thing was just
But
like.
you had done 180 k's on a bike.
Yeah,
I take it,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
So that was the easiest leg for you.
Probably, yeah. Swim was also good. I used to swim in the past quite a bit, so I still have the technique. The bike was okay, although you know I didn't have the proper cycling shorts, that's the chamois, so no padding. And the saddle was a saddle that I never tried before. It was just a stationary bike, you know. So
Bit sore then.
bit sore there. That's all right. Then the run.
Back to the swimming.
Yeah.
How many lengths of that?
More than 200. More than, I think 202 or 203 lengths of that quite a small pool.
Gets quite repetitive.
Gets quite repetitive, yeah.
Okay, but you were fine after the swim.
Yep.
Okay after the bike.
Yeah, was just on the bike I was overheating. Managed to at some point to get the fan to help a bit, but you know, because in station bike you don't really have to be careful. And I didn't have any sports nutrition.
You said that at the time. How can you embark on that without any of that?
I had water, I had some Coca-Cola, I had some rice at some point.
All of your professional life is so mapped out
Yeah.
in terms of your food intake, what you do. That's what I find so extraordinary about.
Yeah, but I was happy with no prep because it wasn't the race. I was just challenging myself. I just wanted to complete it. Yeah, I think that's why, example, I didn't go like race pace. You know, I just did it like zone 2. Just wanted to complete it, make sure I get to the end.
And how fast did you do the marathon?
Marathon, I need to check from Strava. It wasn't very fast, but it was 4 hours something.
And the whole thing?
It was more like, but you know, that's the important factor. I was on this curved treadmill that is meant for strength training without any power. So I'm pushing the treadmill instead of the treadmill moving, you know. Apparently that's like 20% harder than normal.
I don't doubt you.
Yeah, you can try. Anyone
You're
can
my
try.
hero, Valtteri.
Or should I say don't try this at home?
It was an extraordinary thing. Where did we race next?
Next, there was this gap between Brazil and Las Vegas.
Okay, only 1 weekend off. What sort of shape?
No.
What sort of shape?
There was 2 weekends off.
Okay.
Yeah.
What sort of shape were you in?
I was good. I did the week after Brazil. I had basically 2 weeks to recover. I was fine. I felt good in the car. Yeah.
Extraordinary. Do you ever want to do a proper outdoor Ironman?
Yes, outside would be nice. It would be nice to see some trees, maybe some other people. That would make the time go faster. But yes, I enjoyed that experience in terms of how much actually you learn how mental it is and what mental strength, how powerful it is. So I want to experience that again.
Did it help your racing? Something?
I think so. I just now I know that there's so much in yourself. Like if you some races you feel the fatigue, if you feel the heat, you feel the dehydration.
Ash Masters, what you're up to?
It's been great chatting. Just before you go, I did want to ask you
Working on
about
some projects
business
recently?
interests, because there's a lot going on in the world of Valtteri Bottas these days. Very quickly, are you still involved in coffee?
Yep.
Still love coffee?
Yep.
How many espressos a day?
Not too many.
Not too many.
It's good to have things in moderation, but probably about 5.
Moderation.
Are you streaming or?
The gin?
Yep. Still going. It's mine and Tiffany's company of gin.
Now, I remember you telling me that you sold 33,000 bottles of the gin in year 1 in Europe alone.
Well, I think we've produced that many bottles.
And how has it increased
We have
significantly over the last couple of years?
Not significantly, but we're increasing step by step. Still, to this date, we haven't spent any money on marketing. It's been all organic. We're a small team, just me and Tiff and 2 business partners. It's really all.
That's interesting. Stained glass.
We have to get to different countries over the years, but it's still work in progress. And again, one thing for the future that we can do together.
Have you enjoyed the process?
I've enjoyed it. I've learned a lot. I've learned how difficult alcohol was in different countries, etc.
There's also the one. There's a theme here.
Yeah. Probably makes me look like an alcoholic, but it's passion. Again, in moderation. I think I'll work with everything that I
Well, really, thank you so much for your time. It's been brilliant to have you back on the show. I've got everything crossed for August, if that's D-Day, for finding out what next year holds.
yeah, I definitely want to know by then where I'm going to race and what.
And we can say for definite that Valtteri Bottas will be racing something next year, hopefully in Formula 1, if not Formula 1, in something else, a high championships.
Yeah.
Final one, and it's a question I'm asking all of my guests on the pod this year. Formula 1 is 75 years old. Do you have a favourite moment or a favourite memory in all of those 75 years?
So that's obviously anything outside my career.
Just working on the iPad. I hope to transfer the Photoshop file into Maya and create it into 3D tomorrow after I wake up. That sounds like a plan, man. That's awesome. Once you finish it, feel free to share it. I would like to see it. If you can, show some image like online with a link, that would be great. Would love to. I can share it probably on the stream.
He was hero because, well,
Let's now create several versions of these. I would need a red one as... Oh, where is the Recaro logo here? I missed on that, dude. Yeah, let's delete these. Again, export. This time we get it finally. When you try to do it, you know, into detail and all that, it does take time. It does take a toll, you know. For example, the thing that I told you about the normal map, the issue I had yesterday. I was hoping that today I'll be finalizing with renderings, but it turns out that I still have to do this first and then develop that. But we'll be done in very short. I'm like I've said, very close now. It's just now a matter of just sorting out the variations I want to do, and yeah. Now the leather. Okay. No, that's the stitching. No. But it's okay. That's for any additional if it come to be. Now, yeah, the leather. Red, maybe darker. Actually, let's just make it entirely spot on how it is with the color. Let's try to get the exact color of Ferrari. Ferrari code, Ferrari red color code. Yeah, let's see if it makes sense. Yeah, it's D4000, 40,000. It's this. That's the Nürburgring logo that we have there. Changed. And now this is very bright and all that, but that's good. That's good. We can modify that later on. Now the leather. Not the leather stitching. Why am... Yeah, that's cool. Now we can do the stitching, probably. It would be better like this. Pads, stitching. Let's select all of them now. And the cloth itself with all these. How to select multiple? Should I just... Yeah, on the bottom they are now changed. We can go one by one. It's not a problem. I'll write, by the way, on the stream itself. I'll leave these out here, and I believe they will be useful because anyone who encounters the stream will get those and eventually will can see and probably answer, you know. Which can be good for everyone who is watching. Yeah, I don't know why I haven't thought about it previously, but every question that I have, maybe I can write it down like this while streaming. It can be good. Now look how this is when it's with red details. I love it. Maybe the Nürburgring logo in there, I can make it. That's on the pads, I believe. Yep, on the top. Should be white still, so we can have that differentiation. Maybe black, but let's have it white. It's rather better. Yeah, very nice looking. Now this will be the red one. And yesterday I have been taught to export the files as PNG instead, because it was obviously, they say, better for the quality of the image when it comes to Unreal Engine and everything. So I'll have them as PNG. Now second time I'll save this as something different. Recaro Cloth Works version 2 updated. So yeah, it's updated one. Yeah, this can be nice to be heard.
I
52
don't know
minutes.
about you, but I can't really imagine my life without Formula One.
He's gone, and Michael Schumacher comes straight across and drives Mick towards the wall. Can Raikkonen sweep in yet?
Yeah! What a brilliant move! Lewis Hamilton is a 7-time champion of the world.
That's for all the kids out there who dream the impossible.
Verstappen rolls around the outside to take the lead in spectacular fashion.
For me, it's always been there. It's always been the ultimate, the pinnacle, not just of motorsport, but, in my opinion, and in the opinion of countless others, the greatest sport in the world.
Senna goes through into the lead.
Through goes Hamilton! Unbelievable stuff! And it's over immediately! This is amazing! He's done it! He's won it! And look what it means!
Sebastian Vettel, you are the world champion!
Thank you, boys. Unbelievable. Thank you, I love you.
This is the opportunity that Senna's looking for! And he's going through! Out! Oh my goodness! This is fantastic!
Sporting greats, heroic achievements, superhuman skill, drama, passion, humour, politics. This sport has it all. And always has. It had to start somewhere.
Indeed, it
and
had.
It did. 75 years ago, right here at Silverstone. In the year we celebrate our 75th birthday, at the track that started it all, let's look at how it began, how it thrived, and where we go next. Welcome to F1 Explains 75 years of the Formula One World Championship. Well, it all started here. It was a mild, sunny day at Silverstone. Little did we know how unusual that would become. The track may have looked a little different, but it was still a 70-lap race. There was still 100,000 people watching in the crowd. And I do always think it's very special when I'm at this famous old track to think it all started here. I'm of course talking about the 1950 British Grand Prix, and here we are at the 2025 British Grand Prix. Welcome along, everybody. I'm Christian Hugill, stood in the paddock, talking to you on Thursday of British Grand Prix weekend, so there's lots of setting up happening, hence you can hear scraping of gates and things behind us. There's also, we're stood by the pen where the drivers do their interviews, where very recently Peppa Pig, not Peppa Pig, Percy Pig, producer Jamie tells me, a famous cartoon character pig that sells sweets in the UK, was in the pen with Ollie Behrman. for his first ever British Grand Prix. It's a unique event in many ways, and speaking of unique, alongside me is the man who has the honour of commentating on this wonderful sport for F1 TV viewers around the world and Channel 4 viewers in the UK. You'll have just heard some of his moments of him getting excited at Formula 1. Mr. Alex Jakes. Alex, it's great to see you. Always special to be at Silverstone, isn't it?
I love this racetrack. I love this Grand Prix. Thank you for having me again.
We love having you again. Back for the first time in only a couple of weeks, and we've got some any other business to do based on one of those appearances at the end of the podcast. We'll get to do that. On the way, as well as Alex Jakes, we have the perfect person to talk to us about some of the history of this incredible sport. He's a world champion, and his dad was a world champion before him. Damon Hill is on the way.
We thought it was big, you know, we thought Formula 1 was a huge sport, we thought it was a global sport, and we only now realise that there was a whole another planet out there that needed to be explored, and it's blown all the doors off what we thought Formula 1 could be, the current F1.
But first, Alex Jakes is a man who doesn't just know his modern day Hamiltons from his Headus, his Alpines from his Albons. It's harder than it looks, you know, that F1 illustration. I couldn't come up with any of those. He also knows a fair bit about the history of this sport. Alex, it may have passed you by, but we are celebrating 75 years of the Formula 1 World Championship here at Silverstone, the birthplace of the championship in 1950. We'll come on to that in a moment, but motor racing did exist before then, didn't it? We didn't sort of invent motor racing with F1. It was around a bit before then.
It was. There was a large pre-war history for motor racing. There was the first Grand Prix of any description was held in Le Mans on a near 70-mile circuit. So there were various different forms about from the late 1800s all the way through to this epic day that we're going to begin with in 1950. So they were obviously different machines, but no one had organised it into a championship until someone came up with the name of Formula 1.
We've got, as I mentioned earlier, the pen to our left where Franco Colapinto is at the moment having a chat to the world's media. Out in front of us we can see all these incredible motorhomes. We can see the paddock and the grandstands. It's grown to an unbelievable level, Formula 1. And it all started on the 13th of May, 1950. The first Formula 1 World Championship at the British Grand Prix. It's grown into this, but tell us how it came about, Alex.
Essentially, the motorbikes did it the year before.
Okay, well join us next week on F1 Explained.
The year before they created their World Championship, before the Second World War, there had been something called the European Championship, and they were like, okay, let's expand it to be a full World Championship. Essentially, there were types of motor race called Grand Prix, and they all ran to different specifications of rules. This couldn't go on, because no one could afford to have a totally different regulation set for the Italian Grand Prix compared to the British Grand Prix, and so on.
So you might as well bring it all together.
Bring it all together, one championship, one rule set, everyone competes. That was the idea. That's why they came up with the Formula 1 World Championship.
Paint a picture of what the Formula 1 World Championship looked like in those early years. What are we talking about car-wise? What do they look like? How fast could they go? What are we talking?
So, at the start of the World Championship, because of the Second World War, all of the cars are actually from the 1930s, because no one's developed any of the technology in that time. So the car to beat at that time is now for Romeo. The engine was at the front. They are big, cumbersome things, beautiful works of art, but nothing really compared to what we have today. You've got the driver sitting completely upright, their arms...
What I was trying to do here,
outside of the car, leather seats,
yeah,
no real seat belts,
get some details on.
Outrageous, completely different, unbelievably unsafe. Average speed of the first British Grand Prix, just 90 miles per hour. So that's an average. We're around 150 these days at Silverstone for reference. So that is how far forward we've gone. In a straight line, they were still very, very quick. Round the corners, just nothing. Sliding, the fastest way was to slide the cars. They weren't glued to the rails like we see. The power slide was the quickest way around. So visually spectacular. Effectively, still quick in a straight line. Much, much, much slower through the corners.
How many races did they have in a season? Where were the tracks? Which teams were competing? What did the championship look like all the way back then?
So, far, far fewer. Not only were they not having over 20, they were having under 10. Good news. Names that we recognise were still there.
Red Bull Racing.
the British Grand Prix, the Belgian Grand Prix, the Italian Grand Prix, all on that very first calendar, all at the same venues that we visit today. That's the amazing thing
Which
about
is
those
amazing,
venues.
isn't it? It does, I'd said at the start of the programme, it does feel amazing when you're stood here, but like, this is literally where we're stood now, but all these motorhomes are, this is where it all started, it's incredible.
It is absolutely incredible that those events still continue. We had events that dropped away. Swiss Grand Prix, they went off the idea of motor racing for a while after the 1950s. We had the Indy 500 part of the World Championship back then because they wanted to give it a worldwide flavour, and that was the easiest way to do it. So it wasn't a Grand Prix, but it counted, your points counted for the World Championship. Even more confusingly, they didn't swap grids. You didn't get Indy 500 drivers come and compete in the traditional European races, and you didn't get drivers go to the Indy 500. So you have this strange anomaly whereby there's some one-time Grand Prix winners who just happen to win, the one-time World Championship winner who just happened to win the Indy 500.
Because they only competed in that.
Because they only competed in that. So that was an anomaly. That went in the late 50s. They got rid of that.
Now, teams-wise, I make a joke about Red Bull Racing, but oddly enough, Red Bull Racing weren't around. This was before energy drinks. But there was one particular name that has very nearly always been here. Very nearly always been here.
Close but no cigar. Close to all of the races. They had to wait until race number 2, Ferrari, until they turned up for the World Championship. So we had Alfa Romeo won the first race, but a guy that they employed at Alfa Romeo, who decided he was going to do his own thing, called Enzo. Pretty good. Knew what he was doing. Enzo Ferrari then starts his own outfit, and it takes them all of a year to win in Formula 1. They only had to wait a year, and they, 1951, got on the boards, and they're the name that we recognise from that early season.
And speaking of names that we recognise, the name that when I was growing up and learning about the history of the sport that always jumped out at me was Juan Manuel Fangio. He dominated the 50s, he won 5 world championships, and for decades in Formula 1, that 5 world championships wouldn't be passed until the great Michael Schumacher later passed that record. Obviously then Sir Lewis Hamilton would pass that record, but we're still talking big names in these early decades, aren't we, Alex? Jim Clark, Jack Brabham, Jackie Stewart, Graham Hill. We'll talk to Damon Hill a little bit later. Magnificent names of the past that we still celebrate so much today.
Yeah, let's go through each of them again because they've got a landmark attached to all of them. So let's rattle through.
All right, Fangio.
Fangio, absolutely epic. He was just an absolute mercenary. He drove for 2 separate teams in 1 year. No one else could get away with that at all. Why could he? Because he was the best.
Yeah, entirely different time.
He switched between teams, one with multiple constructors, just a beast, and everyone on the grid acknowledged that. Jim Clark was so quick, he still got the most laps led around Silverstone all time. Passed away in 1968, Jim Clark. He led more laps of the British Grand Prix than Lewis Hamilton has.
It's extraordinary.
That's extraordinary how quick he was. When he was out front, he was unbelievable. Jackie Stewart, oldest living former champion, advocate for safety, 3 times a world champion. Just without him, we wouldn't have the modern sport that we have.
Absolutely.
Jack Brabham won with his own team, won his 3rd title with a car that he had built.
The owner driver
The
era.
only owner driver and the only driver ever to win with his own name on the car as well.
And then Graham Hill.
Graham Hill, only driver to win the Triple Crown. Le Mans 24 Hours, Indy 500, Monaco Grand Prix, done by one man, attempted by so many. Most recently, Fernando Alonso was over trying to do that. Only Graham Hill has won the Triple Crown.
And his son will be on this very podcast very shortly. Now, let's move into the 70s and 80s, Alex Jakes. It saw Formula 1 boom in popularity. A massive part of that was, I suppose, something that keeps people tuning in today, these fierce rivalries. But we also had turbocharged engines. We had groundbreaking aerodynamics. Alex, why were turbocharged engines such a big deal? How were they different to what we previously had? You can call them sort of naturally aspirated engines. It means sort of a bit more for non-technical people like me, a bit more of a sort of normal, less souped up engine than what F1 would go on to have.
Yeah, Renault understood that if you put one turbocharger on the car, you could create so much more power if you could get it to be reliable. And they debuted that technology here in 1977. It kept breaking down. They became a bit of a minor laughing stock. They then worked out 2 smaller turbos on the car, and the thing's going to work. As a result, they got way more power. had to wait for it, then it kicked in, and that for a while became the way that all power units, the innovation at this stage was incredible, but the efficiency of the engine, the power that it provided, everyone had to copy.
Just to go back to the present day moment, Alex, if we look behind us, we've got the Red Bull motorhome. And again, I think of me growing up falling in love with the sport, where at one point, Mark Webber and Sebastian Vettel were going at each other. And just next door, we can see McLaren now with their Papaya motorhome, where at the moment, as we speak, we've got this amazing championship battle between Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri. The rivalries, those driver pairs that people at the moment are watching Norris v Piastri, but back then, we had Lauda versus Hunt, Niki Lauda and James Hunt. We had Ayrton Senna and Alain Prost, some of the names you'll have heard at the start of the programme. Why are they considered some of the great rivalries in the history of F1? Because this era we're talking about now, this really captivated people, didn't it? This really helped the sport grow.
The 1976 season between Niki Lauda and James Hunt put Formula One in such vivid, stark, almost unpleasant terms of obviousness that you couldn't look away, you couldn't help but be compelled. If you even had a vague interest, you had Hunt the Playboy against one of the bluntest talkers of all time, who cheats death, and then gets so annoyed Ferrari won't back him for a full return immediately, he comes back ludicrously.
So he just cheats death, just expand on that a little bit.
So he crashed in the Nürburgring in 1976, was read the last rites, horrifically burnt. It shouldn't have been back in the car that year, came back for the Italian Grand Prix in September, comes back within 2 months of crashing, still fights James Hunt for the title.
Incredible.
They never used to show all the races live. This rivalry between the two of them meant that they showed it live on TV.
Again, pioneering.
Because the public was so engrossed in this championship battle, in this rivalry. Lauda, start of the race, too wet, he's been through absolute hell to even get to that point, parks up, says, no title is worth my life. James Hunt, one of the best rides he ever puts together, wins the World Championship, and obviously then goes on to be the stuff of Hollywood legend with the film Rush. And the one thing to point out, if you have seen that film, or you are going to, they were actually amazing friends throughout.
Yeah.
The level of respect from all of them was mad, because they knew that era especially was just plain lethal.
Now, another huge technical revolution in the late 70s and early 80s were ground effect racing cars. Now, they were banned in 1982, only to be brought back in the current regulations in 2022. Alex, what are ground effect cars? How did they redefine the sport for so long? And why were they banned for so long before coming back? F1 does have a history of times changing and cycles coming and going, doesn't it?
Yeah, so ground effect is taking the underside of the car, creating the flattest surface possible with most of the floor, 2 tunnels that then force the air pressure and basically suck the car closer and closer to the floor. The quicker the air pressure under the car effectively acts as a giant wing. So it sucks the car to the floor, and it meant the speeds went quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker, and eventually too fast for the safety levels at the time, which is why it was banned. Safety in the modern era, absolutely excellent, so that's why they were able to bring it back.
We're going to move into the 80s, Alex, another era of Formula One where again, sort of as the decades grew, you could almost now, when you look back on this history, you can see the level of interest in the series sort of climbing with every decade past. What do the 80s look like with Formula One?
So at the start you had Williams becoming title winners, you had Brabham team owned by Bernie Eccleston as their closest rivals. Then we get rid of ground effect, which you mentioned. By the end of the decade, a certain Prost and Senna going at it year after year after year in some of the most memorable moments in Formula One history. A collision in 1989 at Suzuka, followed up by another one at the same circuit. Those are some of the defining moments in championship history.
Alex, I think you've done a sensational job of guiding us through the first few decades of Formula One. It's not an easy task that we give you that, just guiding us through the decades, but you've done it. We appreciate it. Alex Jakes, do you mind staying there if you can? Because what we will do, thank you, you're very kind. What we will do after this short break is speak to a man who was very much around in the next era of Formula One, the 90s and 2000s, with the 1996 World Champion David Hill. He's coming up after the break. Welcome back to F1 Explains and to the British Grand Prix 2025, and this couldn't be any more British because at 1996 Formula 1 World Champion Damon Hill, welcome. Can you please explain what you're doing?
Well, this is explaining to everyone who's listening how we do it in Great Britain at British Grand Prix. I'm having a nice cup of tea. It is, what is it, 2 o'clock in the afternoon? It's time for a tea. 1 sugar, bit of milk. We call it builders.
Builders tea. Here we are explaining 75 years of the sport, that it all started in Great Britain, and Damon turns up. We've come to the Williams team, we've left that exchange, we've come to Williams, and as Damon, you rightly say, it couldn't be more British. How is the team?
I'm trying it.
Okay, go.
I'm trying
Wait, sandwich.
No, they're on the
Thank you very much. They bought Damon a sandwich as well. What looks like he's got a bit of pastrami there.
Yeah, that's not really vegetarian fare, but you want salami, you can have it.
I'm alright, thank you.
I'm probably not going to have the salami.
You're not gonna have the salami?
Looks like I'm going to end up just eating bread like I said in the first place.
Yes,
But,
David said, have you got a slice of bread or anything when he turned up at Williams? And they went, I think we can do better than that.
but I obviously have a long history with Williams, so strong affection for the team. Won a world championship with Williams, so it's always a nice place to come. We're sitting on the deck overlooking the paddock, and Silverstone is magnificent. I've never seen it looking so full of hospitality and grandstands. It just gets bigger and bigger this time.
Well, it sort of explains perfectly, doesn't it, just how far the sport's come in 75 years. That over my right shoulder there, we can see the new fan forecourt, you can see motorhomes and camping sites stretch as far as the eye can see. Even though, as you just said, David, it's Thursday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we've got fans pouring in. It's quite amazing, isn't it?
It is amazing, and it reminds me. I went to Indianapolis once. You've been to Indianapolis? I went to
I've never been to Indianapolis.
That's a huge event in terms of spectators, but this is getting up there. This is now Silverstone. The thing about Silverstone, which people love, it's like Glastonbury. Everyone makes it a yearly pilgrimage with their campers and their tents, and they can camp all around. So that beautiful countryside. It's been bathed in hot weather, and it's not been raining, and so the ground is dry, and they've got their tents up, and they're having barbecues tonight.
It's
and
beautiful.
Yeah.
It's a great place to be. Now, David, on this week's F1 Explains, we are trying to take people on a journey through F1 75 years in one podcast. We've been speaking to Alex James, who's done a fantastic job. But David, we've sort of reached the sort of 80s, 90s era. You competed in Formula 1 from 1992 until the end of 1999 with Brabham, Williams, Arrows and Jordan. Finishing your F1 career with how many wins?
22.
Correct.
Yeah.
Do you know how many podiums?
Oh, I don't know.
42.
All right, it's not about
Do you know how many pole positions?
20.
Excellent. David Hill on David Hill.
Well,
Done very well.
I did quite well there.
Yeah.
It's one of the few stats I never wrote.
And you made your Formula 1 debut unusually at the 1992 British Grand Prix racing for Brabham. Unusual.
Yeah, why is that unusual? I suppose?
Because not many
Because
people.
of the season. you mean?
Exactly.
Yes,
Most
that's
people
right.
make their debut at tracks that start the season, the modern era like Bahrain or
Yeah.
Australia. What are your memories of that day? What Silverstone mean to you?
Well, very exciting. I mean, but I was a test driver for Williams, so really I was an understudy for Nigel Mansell and developed the car, and I did all the running that helped develop the car. And so I wanted to get my hands on a racing car and go racing and qualify for a Grand Prix. Because I was, it's no good just being a test driver. So I think it wasn't a competitive car. It was a struggle to get it in the race, but we qualified it. Which hadn't done up to that point. They cashed it out. It was on its last legs team, and it actually did come to an end after Hungary. They ran out of cash, and that was the last we saw of Brabham as a Formula 1 team. But we managed to get it in the race here, and I finished 5 laps behind Nigel Mansell in the car that I had been testing in, and usually drove around here. So that was astonishing. But my main job was to keep up with Nigel Mansell.
And you managed that.
I managed that, although I nearly ran over one of his fans, because when he crossed the line,
Wouldn't have been an ideal start.
there was a massive track invasion. Do you remember? I mean,
I've seen the pictures.
It was called Mansellmania, and Nigel had everyone just rooting for him. He was a big hero. So
Yeah, just forgot something. Forgot something.
Invaded the track, and Nigel crossed the line, and a car
Oh
ran
my.
out in front of me, and I was still coming along behind, crossing the line. So, and then the cars got mobbed down at Clark Court.
Yeah, let me just save this one while I'm here, and then I'll move to the rest. So we have the seat clothing, and I need to get the painting
I was about
here
to ask you,
to
what
add the
did
stitching.
early
So
1990s look like as Formula 1 rolled its
I
out
actually
here
made
of
this
its history?
in the previous
You
one,
picked
no
that
idea.
picture rather well. Nigel Mansell was one of the big names. Obviously, you were entering the sport. What are your memories of where was F1 in the 1990s?
Well, we thought it was big. You know, we thought Formula One was a huge sport. We thought it was a global sport, and we only now realise that there was a whole another planet out there that needed to be explored, and it's blown all the doors off what we thought Formula One could be, the current F1. So we have 16 races in the season. Now we've got 24. 3 races in the United States. We didn't have any in the United States back then, and most of the races were in Europe. So it was really a European championship. We went to Australia, Japan, and South America.
I want to come back to the 1990s. As Carlos Sainz walks past us, hello Carlos! Oh yeah, Carlos Sainz walking past us in Williams, giving us a big smile and a wave. And I think Carlos was having a good look there. I think Carlos Sainz was a little bit starstruck by David.
I think it's all my sandwich. No, I think that's what it was. He's after this pastrami sandwich. But
as far as you're concerned,
Slapping stage.
Now, just to pause the 90s briefly, earlier in the show we mentioned your father, Graham Hill, a two-time world champion, winning in 1962 and 1968.
Am I missing something?
What do you remember growing up watching your dad race? Because before we got to the 90s and you were racing in Formula One, you must have seen him drive here a few times.
Absolutely. I was born in 1960, in September 1960, so I missed the 1960 Grand Prix, but I think I did the 1961 Grand Prix and every blooming Grand Prix after that until I don't know when. So I was brought here in a pram, literally, and I just used to knock about in the infield when the Grand Prix was on, and you could go anywhere. I literally could have walked onto the track if I wanted to. There was no barriers, and I used to go with my friends and we'd stand out by Abbey and just watch the start from there. And you couldn't see it on TV. There was no way of following what was going on. The towerway system even wasn't very good. So I've seen a massive change here, and it was Bernie Eccleston called it country fair masquerading as Grand Prix. I think that was his term or something. But the country fair bit is, I think, important to it, because when you look at all the great sporting events in Britain, it's Wimbledon. It is all the things that happen in a field.
Football as well, yeah.
And cricket and all those things are outdoors, and we love our, the Chelsea Flower Show, things like that. We love it. We love it. But it's still retain that, but it's just the amount of hospitality in it now has grown exponentially.
What was different about Formula One when you were growing up watching your dad and being part of the F1 circuit as the child of a driver compared to when you were a driver in the 90s? How did it grow in that era?
I think, it wasn't completely safe, because obviously I was racing when in the 90s when we lost Roland and Senna Imola, so safety has improved since then, and then yet again with the Halo and the Grosjean episode, and also Yankee as well. Things, unfortunately, these events promote safety, but in the early days, safety wasn't even on the agenda. It was only just coming on the agenda with Jackie Stewart and my dad campaigning with the GPDA to get races made safer. So when I was growing up, people died on a rather horribly frequent basis, and so it had a kind of ghoulish edge to it, Formula One, and thankfully that has been managed. I won't say it will go away, because it will be, the danger is always there, but we've done a lot of sensible things to help make sure that we don't get people too badly hurt.
So Jackie Stewart was on this podcast a few weeks ago. He said that of all his legacies, be it him winning races, winning world championships, the work he does now with his Racing Against Dementia charity, the thing he's proudest of and most proud of is his work to improve safety. And I think on this episode of F1 Explains, which is guiding us through the 75-year history of the sport, motorsport is always dangerous. As you just said, there could never be an elimination of risks totally, but that is the area, isn't it, that's improved so much over these decades of safety.
Yes, the technology is there to make the cars so unbelievably fast. As we know now, they're the fastest they've ever been. They're also carrying the most mass. They are nearly a ton. They're 800 kilos, and they're that's at those speeds. So you're putting 5G as a car gets loose. You need to have the right protection for the crowd. You need to have the right protection for the driver. Now, going back to the old days, they didn't have carbon fibre. They had aluminium sashes, and their feet were virtually in the 80s. Their feet were in front of the front wheels. So the first thing that hit the barrier was your legs. There wasn't much of a crush structure. There was no carbon fibre, and the runoff was negligible. And so barriers around Silverstone, they had wooden sweepers literally things you use to make railways. So you didn't want to go off, and they also caught fire. And it was the people who did it had to have a very strong psychology in order to be able to just get in that car and drive the car, let alone race.
Well, 32 drivers in total, including Ayrton and Rowland, lost their lives in the first 45 years of the Formula One World Championship. Between 1995 and 2015, F1 experienced no fatalities until the very sad passing of Jules Bianchi in 2015, 9 months after suffering severe head injuries from crashing into a recovery vehicle at the Japanese Grand Prix. Damon, you mentioned that in 1994 we tragically lost Ayrton Senna and Roland Ratzenberger at the time. It's wonderful to be able to sit here and talk about how far safety has progressed, and that's absolutely fantastic, whilst also remembering those who lost their lives in this sport. Ayrton, in particular, was one of the big names of Formula One around that era. You were his teammate, and a lot of the 1990s Formula One was speaking about Ayrton Senna.
Yeah, it absolutely was, and well, it might do. I mean, because it started really in the 1980s with him turning up at Monaco and nearly winning the Monaco Grand Prix, and famously was stopped before he got to the line, and that started his rivalry with Alain Prost. But he was a formidable driver and an intimidating driver. He raced aggressively, and I think this is where people were a bit shocked when he had turned up on the scene, a little bit like Max Verstappen. When he turned up, he took no prisoners. And all these drivers change the sport. They turn up and they approach it in a slightly different way to before, and they take the high ground. There are eras of our sport. So maybe in the 60s it was Jim Clark, and then the 70s Jackie Stewart at the beginning, and then you have the Lauders. In the 50s it would have been Moss and Fangio, Ascari. There's certain names that they dominated their era. They were the people to beat of that era, and certainly Ayrton was the man that everybody knew was the fastest, and he was eclipsed by Michael. It was the dawn of the Michael era. So when Michael turned up, he started beating Ayrton, and that kind of was the start of the next move into the next era of Formula One, where you had these much more, I would say, prepared drivers who had been doing professional karting from the age 5, and Michael grew up on a kart track. He'd been so finely honed for so long that by the time they get to F1, they've got this super ability they have, and even today they're just much more professional than they ever were. When you think about diet and fitness, my dad's day, he'd have chicken soup before a race, because he couldn't hold down anything too solid. And now we know all about diets and how to prepare a driver for a competition. So this all started really with Ayrton was into the diet side of things, but I wouldn't say he was super fit, but he was getting there. And then Michael was the super fit gym bunny, who actually was sponsored by one of the manufacturers of health
Senna, Michael Schumacher. A lot of people will think of the 1990s as a bit of a Schumacher era. He won his first 2 World Championships with Benetton. I want to talk about your World Championship win in just a moment, but first, you knew and raced with Ayrton Senna and Michael Schumacher so well. 2 big names of this era of the sport we're talking about. How do you reflect on those 2 characters and those 2 people?
Well, I sort of touched on it. They had outlooks. Ayrton was hot-headed and very serious about what he did, but he wasn't someone who carried a lightness. He carried a heaviness about him. There was something serious that he was doing. He saw this as something very important for Brazil, and unfortunately when he died, you saw how important he was to Brazil. The heads of states that came out, and the population of Sao Paulo, all of Brazil was in mourning. So he saw himself as having a mission, quite apart from wanting to win everything. And I think that his mission was to make lives better around the world, in Brazil particularly. And that torch has been carried by Lewis as well. He's picked that up, and of course Lewis has now got an honorary citizenship of Brazil.
Yeah.
And because of his honouring and reflecting on Ayrton, what he was about. Michael, very different, much more cold, calculating approach to things. It was all about winning. There was no other real agenda, and a different character. He was not saying that he wasn't a generous, warm person, because everything I've heard about him with the people he's worked with all say what a great guy he was, and he was fantastic with his team, but he was very closed to the world while he was racing, and You were either in his camp or you're outside his camp. And he was ruthless and dedicated and all those things. And I see a lot of Michael in Max Verstappen, his
Sure.
approach as well.
You had that epic rivalry with Michael. You lost out to him in 1994 by a single point after a very controversial collision between the two of you at the Australian Grand Prix in Adelaide. You finished second to him again in 1995. We mentioned Michael won the first of his championships in 94 and 95. But you came out on top in 1996. Tell us about your rivalry with Michael. Tell us what it was like racing him, and tell us what it was like finally beating him in that 96 season.
Well, I was really thrown into it. I mean, there is a little bit more detail if anyone wants to interested. A documentary that's just come out called Hill, which goes into quite a lot of my rivalry with Michael and the intricacies of that. But it got quite personal, and that was slightly upsetting, and it was a bit of a shame really, because I never got to know Michael. I would love to have had a beer and had a joke about how things were, but sadly, as we know, he had this accident skiing, and he's not able to join us and so forth. So it's a real tragedy what's happened to Michael. But during that period, the press, we didn't have social media, and maybe it was a good thing, but we had the newspapers, and the newspapers loved a rivalry. So I was like in motorsport, Formula One, a little bit surprise fighting, because eventually it comes down to two guys. Nearly always it comes down to this guy or the other guy, and it's like a prize fight. And we've seen that with Max and Lewis, and we've seen that with Ayrton and Alain and Mansell and Piquet and so forth. It nearly always comes down to it. And so I was the rival to Michael in '94, but by default really, because really it should have been Ayrton, and we lost him. He was the guy really who was going to take the fight to Michael, and so I kind of got thrown into this championship battle quite unexpectedly when I thought I'd be teammates to go and I wanted to see how I fare against Ayrton, but I never got to find out. It was all too early that we lost him. But that put me in a championship battle with Michael, and it was slightly vicious sometimes, slightly spiteful. But there were some accidents and some cock-ups on my part, and some collisions and various things, and what happened in Adelaide, and that really added spice to the whole drama. And of course, that is what now people focus on now with Netflix, going into the personal dramas of drivers and of teams in Formula One. That it's exploded the interest really in sport. So, although the rivalry was awkward at times, the racing was intense, and that's what people like. And it also produced a great story.
You mentioned the documentary film Hill, which has just been released. It's on Sky Documentaries in the UK. Have a search on the internet to see where it's available to watch, depending on where you're listening to this around the world. Five-star reviews.
Ratings, yeah.
Absolutely excellent. And Damon, I know you speak into it a little bit about your relationship with your father, with the sport, and coming into the sport after your father, of course, and then obviously winning the World Championship. What was it like to finally take victory as a Formula One World Champion?
So it's what you want. You ask yourself as a racing driver, you want to know if you can win a Grand Prix. First of all, you want to get into Formula One. So you hear these drivers are saying, "Oh, I've always wanted to get into Formula One." You want to go, actually, what you should be saying is, "I want to be world champion." Yeah. Because getting into Formula One, that's great for you, but no one's interested if you just want to be a Formula One driver. So you take each step at a time. But I mean, I got into Formula One with a competitive car, so I wanted to win a Grand Prix. And once I won a Grand Prix, I wanted to know where I could finish in the championship, and I got to the very top. And I'm very proud of my achievement. I was quite long in the tooth by then. I was 36 when I won, so didn't have many years left, but lived on for another couple of years. I think I could have got another world championship, but you need to start young, and I was way behind the curve. I didn't get into Formula One until I was in my 30s. So don't listen, kids. Don't follow my route to Formula One, okay? Because it won't happen. Okay, it's only once in a lifetime we get that sort of experience. Although I will add that Fangio didn't start in Formula One until he was 38.
Yeah. And just moving slightly forward, Damon, obviously you retired in the late 90s, as we said. The sport then moved into the 2000s, where Your great rival Michael Schumacher in the early 2000s dominated the sport with Ferrari. When you were watching on then, did that surprise you in any way to see Michael's dominance in the 2000s the way it did, and Ferrari's rise?
Yeah, it was astonishing, wasn't it? I think it was part of it was strategy really, because you could see from the moment Michael came into Formula One, everyone wanted him. So he went from the drive with Jordan, and he suddenly leapfrogged into Benetton, and then he went from there with Ross Brawn and all the team and all the gang. He took to Ferrari and they pieced everything together. And I think it just shows you the power of a driver. Yeah. Once you've got a brilliant driver like that, people gravitate towards him. And he built up Ferrari. He had to do a season or two with the car, wasn't great. Eventually the pieces came together and they just absolutely mopped everything up. So when I retired in the year of 1999, that's where he was coming to his massively winning phase, So I didn't really watch him much. I found it a bit too predictable because I just knew Michael was going to win.
Well, that's it. No, but what the sport battles with periods of dominance, doesn't it?
Yeah,
of course.
But I mean, call me a bit curmudgeonly, but I'd seen him win before, and I didn't get much satisfaction
You
watching
were
him.
entitled to a break at that point. You just finished your career.
But of course, Ferrari got what they wanted from it. They got, how many more championships? He got 7 world titles. And everyone thought that 5, to beat Fangio's record of 5 would be just almost impossible. But he kept on going after getting 5 titles, and his record is only just been eclipsed really by Lewis. Might be eclipsed by Max eventually, but really he stands head and shoulders above 99% of Formula 1 drivers.
And it was brought to an end eventually, wasn't it, by the Renault team of Fernando Alonso with 2 championships there. We then went into a period of Formula 1 in the late 2000s where it was a lot more open. Lewis Hamilton taking his first win, the remarkable drawn GP story with Jenson Button's title, into the Red Bull dominance era of the early 2010s. And we're going to look at the sort of after that, the present day of Formula 1 in just a moment with Alex Jakes. But just before we do that, Damon, finally for you, we still find you in Formula 1 paddocks all over the world. You do a lot of media work, you have a lot of involvement in the sport. We were talking at the start about as we sit here on this balcony at Williams and look over still the British Grand Prix. You must still love it here.
Yeah, I love it, and also you get to know people and you work with people, and I think that's the real thing. There's a story to this whole sport, and the more you put in, the more you get out. And I think there's a huge hunger amongst all the fans in Formula 1 now to learn more about the sport, and believe me, the closer you get to understanding it, the more fascinating and complex and also amazing it is. So yeah, do the hard work, do the homework, and you'll get around.
Well, I think you speak to the right people because they're listening to a podcast called F1 Explained. So I think we've got a good bunch with us here. We want to.
They're already sold on it.
They're already sold on it. We hope so.
Are we going to mark them?
Yeah. There's still a lot of questions and excellent
They're
questions.
probably know more than you.
Yeah, well, I mean, Damon, as someone personally that grew up watching Formula 1 in the 90s, it's a pleasure to be able to sit and chat to you about that era of Formula 1. Really appreciate the time. Thank you for everything you put into the sport, and we look forward to seeing you for that many more years of it.
Thanks for the opportunity, Chris, and I'm looking forward to doing this again sometime, maybe.
Well, I hope so. I'll be back soon. David, thank you. Damon Hill there on F1 Explained, an absolute legend of sport, a lovely man, and very much worth checking out that documentary film, by the way, that we mentioned. Now, F1 TV commentator Alex Jakes is alongside me for this episode. Alex, we're attempting to sum up the entire history of Formula 1 in one podcast. I can't think of a better person to do it alongside me. Shall we look closer to the present day, Alex Jakes, with the hybrid era, as we call it? 2014 to the present day, we often hear that term bandied about, the hybrid era. What do we mean by that?
We mean the most complex and efficient Formula 1 engines of all time that were introduced in 2014 that had the different components. They had the MGUK, they had the MGUH, you had a hybrid system, that's the H, you had a energy recovery system, that's the K, and as a result, when they were introduced, a little bit of a worry about whether the Formula 1 action was going to be as exciting, and then Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton put on VRay in 2014, an epic lap after lap battle for the win, and funnily enough, no one questioned the power units after that. one, but that began the turbo hybrid era.
Yes, and you mentioned Mercedes. We should give them a mention because they dominated the start of that era, didn't they? And then we moved into a bit of an era of Red Bull dominance that we've only just come out of. And you mentioned sustainability there, Alex. That's been a big part of modern day Formula One, hasn't it? With those engines, but not just with the engines, with the whole sport. Becoming greener, if you like, as we've moved into the present day.
Yeah, gone are the days where you take an engine in qualifying and chuck it in the bin afterwards, put a new one in. Parts have to last. We've got the cost cap as well, which means that teams have to reuse parts, they have to reservice parts in a way that they just didn't at the start of the century. They have to be far more cost effective with that to meet the regulations. But if you point out sustainability, we're eventually heading to 100% sustainable fuel, which is an incredible technological advancement. In the past, they would say, oh, that's never going to be possible with cars. It is constantly getting more and more and more sustainable so that that technology can filter down to the normal day-to-day world.
This podcast is all about the history of Formula One. I always feel quite fortunate to be here and talking about F1 in an era that will be talked about for such a long time, because in this current modern era we're talking about, we've seen two all-time greats, haven't we? With Lewis Hamilton from that Mercedes dominant era, which then led us, we sort of thought we might never see the likes again, and then Max came along. I know it's sometimes been tricky to watch dominance for people who are watching on the telly and like to see different winners all the time, but the Hamilton and Verstappen eras will be talked about in this sport's history forever, won't they?
Absolutely, all-time greats. You summed it up absolutely perfectly. Some of the drives that they've produced between the two of them, absolutely outrageous. That season in 2021 where we got to see the young pretender up against we already knew he was a master. And then the run that Verstappen has been on, just wonderful to watch their driving skill. And yeah, as you say, they're the two greats of this era. There's no argument about that.
And two great teams as well. You look at what Mercedes have achieved, and then you look at what Red Bull managed to do in terms of pegging them back. And then we've seen one of the sport's great names from the past with McLaren come back into it, which is leading us, I think, Alex, into a great present day. We're enjoying this title battle this year, and then we have another rule change next year.
Next year, who knows what we're going to get. Honestly, it is a complete sea change with the regulations, a totally different era, unlike anything that we've seen, really. Movable aero isn't anything that we've seen in the history of Formula One. It's usually banned. But at the end of this year, it is very, very likely we're going to induct a new member of the club. We've only had 34 world champions in the history of the sport. It is very, very likely we're going to get a 35th. And it'll be Lando Norris or Oscar Piastri. But who? Christian Hugel.
I don't know, Alex Jakes, but we will find out throughout the rest of the season on F1 TV with your good self. Yeah, it's all very, very exciting. What will be the first McLaren world champion, probably, since 2008 with Lewis Hamilton. So all very exciting as we enter the future with Formula One. And we should just, a quick nod to the future, 2050. We'll be celebrating 100 years of the Formula One World Championship. Maybe we'll do another podcast then. I hope we will. What do you think we'll be talking about then in terms of big changes? Where does Formula One go in the next 20 years, do you think, Alex Jakes?
Well, if Brad Pitt can be a Formula One driver, I don't think we can entirely rule out Fernando Alonso still being on the grid.
I think Fernando will still be here.
2050. Who knows? That's the wonderful thing. We rewrite the rule book every decade. That's the history of Formula One. That's the glory of Formula One. That it's this fantastic version with one set of rules, then it's amazing. One thing I'll guarantee you, we'll have amazing driving on track. We'll have superb skill, and we'll have a global championship more sustainable than ever. Bring it on.
I love this sport. I absolutely love this sport. I really do. Alex, we're going to let you go in a moment. Before we do, can I just do a couple of bits of podcasts, any other business? Is that okay?
Please do.
You love a bit of any other business. Now, a couple of weeks ago, we did an episode all about planning a trip to a race. It went down very well. Thank you for your messages about that. Lots of useful advice if you're thinking of going to a Grand Prix. Now, on that episode, we spoke to Gavin and Megan from Colorado, who went to last weekend's Austrian Grand Prix during their honeymoon. That's lovely. Well, we surprised them, Alex, speaking of lovely, with a special VIP package, courtesy of our friends at F1 Experiences. They got to go in a pit lane, they went round the track on a truck, they had a photo taken with the World Championship trophy, and they sent us this voice note about their day.
Hi Christian, Katie, and Chris. We'd like to report back on our F1 Experiences journey. We just got back from Spielberg to Vienna and excited to talk about it. As we were waiting to actually go in and start the experience, we were able to just hang out on the side of the track where the marshals are. It was wild because we just saw Carlos Sainz riding his bike around the circuit, and everybody went nuts because who doesn't love Carlos?
Yeah, so then after that, we did the pit lane walk. You got to see some of the teams out there taking different pieces off and on the car. We got to hear some of the music that they were playing, so it was super fun.
Once we saw the big DHL trucks drive by, they told us to run and get on that trailer. And as we were going around the track, it was so interesting to see how much gradient Spielberg has. As we were going around, we saw this guy just running around the track, and when we got around to him, he had really great hair and realized it was George Russell. Once we got back to the start-finish straight, they told us to get off the truck and immediately get in line to get our photo taken with the trophy.
Yeah, and then as a special treat at the end, the staff let all of us really hang out in the pit lane for an extra half an hour, which was great because then they were starting to do pit stop practice. Some of them were very quick and it was really fun to watch. And then we saw Pierre Gasly going off to run around the track and Alex Albon coming back from a bike ride for it. So it was a really cool day.
We were just so grateful to have this experience. Thank you to everybody at F1 Explains and F1 Experiences.
Well, that's lovely. So Gavin and Megan saw George Russell, Carlos Sainz, Pierre Gasly and Alex Albon. They got a good set there, didn't they?
A wonderful selection of drivers.
Nice people to bump into. Oh, we've got another driver just in front of us. We can see Lance Stroll in the corner there. He'll be hoping for a slightly better weekend this weekend. Anyway, please they had such a good day, and if you want to do something similar, check out f1experiences.com to book that special package for yourself. Now, the last time Alex Jakes was on the podcast was a couple of weeks ago with an episode that we recorded back in Monaco. You were with your commentary box husbands, Jolie and Palmer, as I'm sure a term you'll now forever use. And I don't know whether you remember this, Alex, but we spoke at the end about F1 podcast Triple Crown wearers or holders.
Wow.
The people who have been on all three.
Yeah.
Now, I said at the time, not that there's anything wrong with producer Jamie who's with us here, but I said this was a producer Chris question.
Wow.
And boy did he respond. I have with me, Alex, this is very courtesy of producer Chris, I have with me the exclusive list of the people who have completed the Triple Crown of F1 podcast.
Of Beyond the Grid, F1 Nation, and this podcast, F1 Express.
Would you like to know who's on it?
Mick Hackenen's on it, isn't it?
You said Hakkinen. Correct. Hackenen's on. Any other guesses?
No. I'm going to get one and retire on one.
Bottas.
Yeah.
Palmer. Jolie Palmer. Lawson. James Vowles. Gunter Steiner. Tom Stallard.
Wow.
Zach Brown. Bernie Collins. Stoffel Van Dorn. Oscar Piastri. Mike Crack. Sir Jackie Stewart. Damon Hill. Pedro de la Rosa. Alex Albon. Jack Doohan. And Joe Guanyu. They, as far as we're aware, is the exclusive list of people who have completed the illustrious hat-trick of F1 podcasts.
Got to admire producer Chris for being bothered to answer that question.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Kudos, sir.
It's incredible. He's an incredible man. I reckon, though, they must have used your commentary clips on Beyond the Grid, so I think you must have. I think you're on that list as well.
That's interesting, because I've got no other way of getting into that club unless they've used it.
They've not done an interview with you, good stuff. You've not been fully Clarksoned for an interview, but
thankfully.
I think
it's a joke. It's a joke. I'm getting daggers.
Producer Jamie was furious. I think that's the time we should leave it. Formula One does have, as we famously mentioned, 2 other official podcasts. F1 Nation will review the British Grand Prix, so make sure you check that out for Tom Clarkson and guests. And there's Beyond the Grid as well, which is very much beyond the grid at the moment, because you can check out a special episode with Brad Pitt talking about his love of Formula One. I don't know if you've noticed, the film is out. You probably missed it, but the film is out if you want to go and see that with Brad Pitt. And we will be back next Friday with another episode of F1 Explains. Send us your questions, whatever you want to answer. We will endeavour to do that between now and the end of the season. F1 Explains at f1.com. Alex Jakes, this has been a pleasure. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you as ever for having me. Tom Clarkson things.
That's it from us. Bye-bye.
To me, this is all about demonstrating that, in this case, Muhammad is a powerful man. That's baked into the regulations. The FIA has all the power it needs. It doesn't need to throw its weight around. We can go into the room and say, hey guys, look, I know at the karting track, the first word of English that you learned was the F-bomb. I get that. You were all 12 at the time, but we need you to be more respectful in, an organized press conference. We don't want to take the emotion out of the sport. If we treat them with respect, they will respond. I've seen it personally, I know it, and I trust these drivers to do the right thing.
Hello and welcome to the James Allen on F1 podcast, brought to you by Autosport. This week, we meet one of the most powerful women in F1, and an American who plans to be one of the most powerful men in the sport next year. As Chief Commercial Officer of F1 and CEO of the Las Vegas Grand Prix, Emily Prazer is responsible for bringing billions of dollars of revenue into the sport. She tells us her plans to make Vegas bigger and better this year, but more inclusive for fans of all budgets, and reveals the economic impact of the Grand Prix. Meanwhile, Tim Mayer will face off against Mohammed Ben Sulayem in December's election for FIA president. He faces an uphill task, but he strongly believes the FIA can be more professionally run. He explains why he's decided to run, what he would do differently from the current president, and how he would avoid conflicts with F1 drivers over topics like jewellery and swearing. I'm joined in the studio today by Autosport's F1 business correspondent, Mark Manbryans. Mark, good to see you.
And you, James, thanks for having me back on.
Well, close to 500,000 people were at Silverstone over 4 days, 168,000 on race day, and it really felt like it. F1 the movie, meanwhile, has made nearly $300 million at the box office already after 2 weekends. Mark, it seems F1 is booming.
Yes, absolutely, and Silverstone just kind of summed it up, didn't it? It was a great race to have just after that boom of the F1 movies you mentioned there, not only because it was Silverstone, the 75th anniversary, things like that, but also because of the racing we actually saw on track as well. It kind of maybe drew some parallels to those, slightly weird and wacky things that we saw in the F1 movie. We saw some of them on the track actually at Silverstone, didn't we? So, I think it was a perfect time for that kind of race. It's a perfect time for Formula 1, even if you look at, Lego trophies on the podium. There's different things happening in F1 across all different aspects of it at the moment.
Well, between 2019 and 2024, Liberty Media says F1 Series annual sponsorship revenue more than doubled to $636 million. At a team level, total sponsorship now revenue increased by 60% to $1.3 billion over the same period, according to Nielsen. So it seems like, yes, it's growing in terms of fans, Mark, but actually what this is doing is attracting sponsor dollars, a lot of them coming from the US, quite a lot of them tech firms, B2B brands, but also increasingly seeing consumer brands coming in.
Yeah, it's not rocket science, James, is it? If you know, and there are numbers that are available that show there are this X amount of eyes now tuned into this sport, not even on a fortnightly basis, but every day, the F1 fan survey that Motorsport did in collaboration with F1 showed that, there's daily access, people want daily news, and these teams are just thriving. You look at McLaren 3 or 4 years ago, that was a papaya car, if you like, that had hardly any sponsors on it. Now they're having to rotate sponsors depending on where they are in the world because there's not enough room on the car.
Well, on the 7th of November, we'll see the 3rd edition of the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Overseeing that as CEO, as well as her job as Chief Commercial Officer, is Emily Prazer. She's risen quickly through the ranks at F1, moving over to Las Vegas ahead of the first race to head up the commercial operation under former CEO Renee Wilm, who we spoke to on this podcast last year. With great success in that role, she was then promoted to the top commercial role back at F1 in London, and then more recently has taken over as well as the Vegas boss from Wilm. I spoke to her over the British Grand Prix weekend. I hope you enjoy our chat. Well, Emily, it's so great of you to make the time. You're probably one of the busiest people in Formula 1, a world that is full of busy people, but you are, at the same time, in charge of all the commercial side of Formula 1, but you're also the CEO of the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Let's start with Vegas. You're going into year 3. How do you see the identity of the Grand Prix now? How do you feel it's finding its place amongst all the other Grand Prix?
I think it's still very early days. Races take a relatively long time to establish themselves, and obviously the destination in itself helps us really create the identity of the Grand Prix. We want to lean in heavily on the experiences, the entertainment, the spectacle. It's quite well documented, and we've talked about it quite a lot, how Las Vegas is truly the home of sports and entertainment with what they're building there as a destination outside of Formula One with the Raiders and the Aces, the Golden Knights, and soon to come is the A's relocating from Oakland, which is a baseball team for those that aren't familiar. We're just really grateful to be part of that kind of infrastructure and system per se, but it's just the most amazing backdrop. I mean, first and foremost, as we've all talked about and everybody knows, that actual racing has been phenomenal. The first year we had to overcompensate on the entertainment, not knowing how well the racing would go. And now I think that the racing stands up against probably the best on the calendar. Volume of overtakes, you know, we're adjusting the time of the race this year to make it easier on people. But generally speaking, I think the identity of the race is still always going to be the entertainment capital of the world, with really hardcore racing.
I was going to ask you about the timings. How are you adjusting it then? Because it's caused a bit of controversy, hasn't it?
A little bit. Again, you know, when you first go to Las Vegas, they have two show times. 7 p.m. and 10 p.m. is when you go and watch the Celine Dion's and the Adeles and when the boxing happens. And if you look at the history of the entertainment proposition there, that's how it rolled. So we wanted to fit in with the kind of local ecosystem and see how it worked. But, you know, 10 p.m. was a little bit late. We want it to be the main event, so we've moved it forward to 8 p.m. on race night. Everything opens a lot earlier. We've obviously got, and everyone again knows this, the support race this year is F1 Academy, so that will take place first. And then the qualifying race will be a lot earlier, so hopefully a little bit less challenging on the time zone changes.
What about the economic impact of the Grand Prix? Because you put some data, or rather the Las Vegas local authority put some data out around year one. It was kind of comparable. The Super Bowl was held a few months later, wasn't it? It was broadly comparable.
Yeah.
Slightly more actually than the Super Bowl in terms of the economic impact to Las Vegas. What did year two do?
Well, firstly, year one races are always going to be significant. You know, it's curiosity across the globe of people wanting to see how we would close down Las Vegas Boulevard and what the Grand Prix would bring. So the first year was unprecedented, like it was just unbelievable. Year two was slightly down, but we still exceeded $934 million of economic impact, so you can tell that the significance is still there. One of the things we took a lot of pride in improving was the relationships with the local community year round. Obviously, and again, year one you're building a racetrack, the pit building hadn't been built or constructed, and so we were very, very focused on that side of it. Going into year two, we started really understanding how we could benefit the community, not just during the race, but every day of the week. And that contributed to that number. But then for this year, and what we've found is we've opened Grand Prix Plaza year round, and hopefully you've seen some of that, James.
Yep.
But what we've done is we've built an F1 drive track where we have kids karting programs and karting camps that are going to be starting in the next couple of weeks. We've got something called F1X, which we designed, which is an immersive Formula One experience, because again, North America is still somewhat uneducated on the intricacies of our sport, and so it's a much more immersive take on the F1 exhibition where you go in and you actually get to design your own Formula One car. There's a 3D or 4D cinema, I should say, where you sit and you're in Nico Hülkenberg's car from 2023. So there's just a lot in it. We also have a restaurant that we've affectionately called Fuel and Fork, which is all Formula One themed food, which is really fun, and opportunity to buy merchandise, simulators, etc. So just continuing to make sure that we actually have a home, which isn't just a 3-day race weekend, it's this year-round influence on the destination and in North America.
And also with the emphasis, as of last year, to make it more accessible, because obviously people perceive Vegas to some extent as being a kind of for the high rollers. But I know last year you took steps to make it more accessible. It sounds like you're doing more of the same.
Yeah, I think the whole destination took steps to make it more accessible. I think, as always, when major events go to a city, everybody gets super excited. After year one, we sat down collectively with all of the casinos and resorts and all those that were effectively selling to the end user. And all of the rates around the destination have come down, whether it be resorts, whether it be our proposition. Again, as I mentioned, events, Formula One races take a minute to understand who's going to show up, and once we saw the demographic of year one and year two, we just continue to evolve the product, which in turn makes it more accessible, right? We're serving the customer, we're not building something we think that works. So as we make more kind of general admission spaces and less premium hospitality spaces, it aligns with who's coming to the destination, as well as catering to what each particular customer wants.
You've been blessed with two, not just good races, but really, really exciting races, particularly the year one. That must help a lot marketing the event. And the new fan survey that we've done together with you, Global Fan Survey, one of the things, my key takeaways from it was it shows that the appreciation of the racing product itself, you know, the actual race, is the focal point, both for the new fans that Formula One's attracted in the last 5-6 years, but also the long-standing fans, the more avid fans. They have that shared view on things. That must help a lot of the marketing of it.
Yeah, totally, but you know, that's what I mentioned before. The year one, it was an unknown. We had no idea, other than some simulations, as to how good the racing was going to be. Now we have very competitive racing. We had Max winning the championship there last year. We feel very comfortable that the actual racetrack delivers for our customer. Gives us more to talk about. Again, you know, very, very fortunate that that was the case. As it relates to just broadly marketing, the survey was super helpful because it also gave us the understanding of how significant the Gen Z customer is to North America, to that race, but to the sport. I think what we love about Vegas is it's really been the test bed to be able to engage with that market and that audience very differently to traditional racetracks. In addition to the fact that we were the first to do some quite significant collaborations on the merchandise side, the entertainment proposition is very focused to that demographic and how we're spending our marketing dollars. We did some amazing collaborations with influencers on the likes of TikTok, which has gone more viral than some of the more traditional ways of marketing the sport just around the Las Vegas Grand Prix. So I think as we continue to be educated, again, we'll be totally nimble. But as Stefano always says, you know, act global, think local, and America has given us that kind of, well, America and Las Vegas has given us that significant opportunity to think a lot deeper about that because we're so responsible for ticket sales and the production, whereas other races, obviously, we leave that to our very, very, very capable promoters to deliver, and we show up and add value where we can.
The Las Vegas Grand Prix has always had a very strong female representation in terms of senior management. Obviously, you've been part of it from the beginning, part of the team along with Renee Wilm that actually built the race in the first place. You were in charge then of the commercial side, now you're in charge of the whole thing. Talk a little bit about the importance of, you know, more diverse leadership as you see it in a male-dominated sport.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Vegas gave us an opportunity to build a team slightly younger than you'd expect. We really wanted to hire a lot of young, local, up-and-coming executives. Obviously, I mentioned before, there's an amazing sports background in Las Vegas, but nothing as global as Formula One. And so we wanted to take, you know, the female element, but also the younger next generation of talent. So we're super blessed. A girl called Sylvia moved over. She does a lot of work with F1 Academy and the FIA. She's head of our race operations. Sammy Rayburn, she does tons around the production, and she's born and bred Las Vegas and like worked on festivals there and other amazing concerts and what have you. Lauren also worked in concerts and festivals, and so we're really proud actually. It's not just about the female side of it, like I say, it's about how can we train up these very capable people to take over the race one day.
Just broadening it out, we talked about a survey a couple of times. I mean, one of the most impressive data points for me was 94% of all the respondents, whether they've been avid fans or the new fans, intend to still be following Formula One in 5 years' time. That's much higher than I expected it to be.
I think it was higher than all of us expected it to be, but really it means that we have to adjust our global marketing proposition to make sure that, you know, the future decision makers, who are all of those people, continue to remain engaged and excited. And I think as we continue to build out our relationships with Lego and our relationships with Disney, which we've started teasing across the championship, you can see it on the pit step this weekend, making sure that we're doing what they need to remain engaged. I think, you know, the drivers and the teams are doing a phenomenal job of making sure that they remain top of mind as well. I think if you haven't seen the movie, you should go and see the movie.
I've seen it. I've seen it. I went to the London premiere.
That was, I think it's incredibly special, and I think it takes the sport to the next level. I think the soundtrack alone is something that we can reap the rewards of for many years. So, like I say, it's a lot of making sure that we continue the momentum, we convert the interest, and make sure that we are talking to these people in the right way, explaining the sport going into 2026. One of the big propositions is making sure that we explain the regulation changes and the chassis changes. You know, the racing is so good right now, and so we want to make sure that all of our fan base truly understand why we're doing things like that, with explainer videos and what have you. So the 26 campaign is super exciting. We've got to get through this year and get through Las Vegas, which I'm very excited. We've got tons of big surprises, as you'd expect. And continue signing sponsors, Pepsi, etc., that really do appeal to that generation.
And then you're juggling that with also your role for Formula One as a whole. I mean, the LVMH deal, we featured the panel with them on the podcast last month or 2 months ago. I mean, what do brands like from your perspective, what do houses, I should say, or companies like that bring to Formula One?
I think they give us credibility, but equally we're really helping them. You know, we are, and we've talked about it before, I think we can stand behind what Chase wanted us to do 5 years ago, which was turn every race weekend into a Super Bowl. I actually made a comment to Stefano earlier that this week in London felt like the first time we've out-activated Wimbledon. I don't know how you feel, but walking around London this week was insanity.
Yeah.
You had what
Trafalgar Square with McLaren.
Square with McLaren, Williams, Aston Martin, ourselves. It was the first time I saw more in the 8 years I've been at Formula One. The first time I've seen more Formula One activity in central London, and on Instagram and on social and everything else that I've seen ever. And so it means that not just, you know, bringing in the likes of LVMH and Pepsi and all of the above, the reality is that the teams are our biggest marketing platforms as it relates to engaging with the audience and taking over different cities. But the way that you see Lego are doing a watch party in Battersea this weekend, they've got stuff going on in Carolina. You know, LVMH are consistently helping us push boundaries, and we've got some surprises on Sunday that I won't ruin today. But you know, the reality is we couldn't be getting to where we got to without amazing partners. But I think that the whole sport is stepping up across the ecosystem, and I think that we're pushing each other. You know, we bring in an LVMH, and then you see McLaren or Aston Martin, etc., doing amazing deals. So I just think it's where we are, and we can't take it for granted. We have to keep innovating and pushing the boundaries, but we all have leaders above us and amazing teams below us to help us get there. So very excited about what's to come.
Well, listen, thank you so much for making the time. I know you're the busiest person involved, or not, perhaps the second busiest after Stefano, but really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
You're listening to the James Allen F1 podcast, part of the Autosport Podcast Network. For the latest from our reporters at the racetrack during F1 weekends, head to the Autosport F1 channel. So Mark, Emily is having quite the run of it as Chief Commercial Officer of F1. As I said, sponsors pouring into the sport and revenues from the sponsorship are growing. She seems to have the Midas touch at the moment.
Yes, I think as well it's really, really key to point out that she has gone and attracted brands and brought brands into the sport that would have never really thought about it before. I think that's important. It isn't that just, you could look at the numbers, you could look at the money on offer and think it's almost a shooting fish in a barrel kind of scenario, but it's not. She's going out and she's bringing in brands, she's bringing in companies that have never really considered F1 as a viable partner, and they're flourishing. We mentioned before, and we spoke about the Lego, and you think back to Miami with the cars, and Silverstone with the trophy. They're two iconic moments really in the history of Formula One almost, and that's from a partner that's only just come on board. So yeah, there's definitely scope for more, but Emily's done a great job in what she's already done for sure.
It's interesting, isn't it, all the mix of it. You've got LVMH and those sort of ultra luxury brands, you've got Doritos, and you know, all these other consumer brands. It's quite interesting how they juggle all of this. But going on to Vegas, she mentioned the economic impact down last year on 2023, down to $934 million, so just under $1 billion. It was slightly higher than that, wasn't it, the first year? I mean, it was higher than the Super Bowl had been when that was in Vegas over the same winter. It's not uncommon for a Grand Prix to have a lower economic impact in the second year, but they are going to need a big year this year, aren't they?
Absolutely right. It was that, you know, that we'd never seen anything of the like really. I know we've had races in Las Vegas before, but they were in car parks, you know, off the strip and things like that. That first year was always going to have eyeballs on it, and you know, they had their fair share of incidents with the, you know, the FP1 delay, and some of the locals not particularly happy with the road closures, but they worked on that for year two. General admission tickets were worked on for year two, and I remember when we sat down with the guys from Vegas just after the second year, they said, look, year one, November normally for Vegas, for the hotels and the companies and everything like that, 10th best month of the year, November. And they went from it being the 10th best month of the year to that first race weekend being the best weekend they'd ever had. So that just shows that step up. I know it dropped off a bit last year, it was always going to. As you say, it needs to step up again, I guess this year. You know, when we were in Canada, we were told that it's on the next 2 years on the calendar. We know it's going to be there for longer. F1, you know, they're the promoter of this race, so it can be there for as long as they want it to be. But they've ticked boxes in terms of what they needed to do. I mentioned there the ticket pricing. There was a bit of a misstep in year one. They've really addressed that moving forward. any issues with the locals now, that it's much better. The racing is great, as Emily touched on. It really is good fun. And it's kind of dovetailing as well with this rebrand of Vegas, if you like. Vegas trying to move on from the old casino way of life, if you like, to more sporting events. We see the Super Bowl, we see WrestleMania, we see Formula 1 there now. It's becoming a standard bearer. Boxing as well, of course, it's becoming a standard bearer for these global events and as a hosting platform as well, for sure.
I really noticed the prices coming down last year compared to the previous year. Hotels particularly, I got a screamingly good deal on a hotel. When there is so much inventory in Las Vegas, but it was very reasonable. Definitely a lot more general admission tickets, and I noticed the other day they've also introduced flexible payment plans as well. So they're doing everything they can to get the travellers coming out there, the fans coming out there from all price points and all budgets. And it might sound counterintuitive, but actually I think once you've got yourself there, however, there's a lot of different ways of getting to Las Vegas, routing through different cities. It's actually not a particularly expensive Grand Prix to go to, which sounds crazy when you think of it. You know how it's positioned as a sort of premium event.
Yeah, absolutely. And you touched on ticketing there, which was massive in Vegas. Vegas is also historically a place where people buy tickets really close to the weekend. You know, they're not going to sell out early doors like they might, like you see with the Silverstone or you see with other traditional races in more traditional markets. Vegas was always, you know, oh, we're in Vegas this weekend, there are tickets for the Grand Prix, shall we go watch it? And that's also worth taking into consideration. But James, also you spoke to, and I've spoken to as well several times, Tyler Epp from Miami, and they had the same issue really of that balancing of the ticketing. And they were going into the unknown in both Miami and Vegas, weren't they? And I suppose you have to put the price point where you'd like it to be originally, but then you look at the data and you look at the figures and you think actually we might have had a misstep here, we need to bring in more GA tickets, and to the credit of Vegas that's what they did, and even more this year. So you can have the experience of luxury, you can go into these $1,000 worth of tickets and enjoy it, but also looking after, if you like, those fans with a less of a budget. It is key and brings in people to Vegas, as you said.
I think the important thing is to listen to the fans, recognise when you've made a mistake and correct it, which is perhaps one of the biggest differences I think of Formula 1 today compared to perhaps years past. Not just ploughing on with doing the same old thing, and then maybe a Grand Prix drops off the calendar because the promoter just fails basically. So it's interesting. Of course, F1 can't afford to fail with Vegas because they are the promoter and it's their cash that's on the line. But yeah, if I had more time, I think I'd like to have asked her what impact she thinks the F1 movie is going to have on their commercial revenues over the next sort of 2 to 3 years. You can see already with the box office numbers, it's Brad Pitt's strongest ever opening. One imagines its main effect will be to penetrate more deeply into the psyche of Americans, people who've heard about Formula 1, not quite sure what it is, perhaps some of them being attracted to watch it more often because more of their friends are talking about it at work or at school or in college or whatever. Meaning a broader swathe of US companies are going to look at it and think, global exposure, culturally relevant, attractive to Gen Z, huge female audience who've got purchasing power, you know, where do I sign, right?
100%. We mentioned at the top of the show, really, it's a no-brainer, really. If you're a company looking to get exposure, particularly in the USA, you can't do much better at the moment than Formula 1. I suppose you look at it in a way that maybe some of them have missed the boat slightly now because the price is only going to go up to get involved in Formula 1. The more we see companies wanting to get involved. But you mentioned Vegas in the film as well, and it plays a key, pivotal role in the film. There's moments of the film, without giving away too much for those that still haven't gone to see it, Vegas is key to it. And so I do wonder if they will tap into the film again come November, when I'm sure it will potentially be on its streaming platforms, on Apple and things like that. And there is a longevity to it, isn't there? People will discover this film months, years down the line, or still be watching it along that time. So the film will stand the test of time, and also some of these sponsors that are now coming in, partners that are now coming on board. LVMH is a 10-year deal. You know, they're not here for one season and then they're going to disappear. And all those brands that are coming on now, they know they're getting the numbers. Most importantly, they know what the numbers are. They know what the captive audience is, and now it's their job to make the most of it. And I'm going to keep hyping back to Lego because Emily played a big part in that and actually spoke to Autosport Business about it in Silverstone. Those sort of activations are going to be more and more popular and more frequent as other partners come on board. We've got Disney next year. Who knows? We might see Lewis Hamilton on a Disney parade or something like that.
The latest numbers are in, as I say, from Variety on the box office takings, which now stand at $293 million currently. It cost an estimated $250 million to make for Apple and another $100 million to advertise, so it's not broken even yet, but it's certainly looking good. It hasn't even got onto the streaming yet. Breakdowns show $109 million of takings in the US and Canada, $22 million in China, and interestingly, $17 million in the UK. And there was strong word actually over the weekend in Silverstone that Apple is shaping up to put the bid in to actually have the US rights to Formula One. Numbers I'm hearing are sort of comparable to the figure that Sky is paying here in the UK, so a significant uptick, but you feel that there's a lot more for the US rights to go up to.
Yeah, exactly, and a while ago we published on Autosport about Netflix, and Netflix were very much in discussion about that, but it has gone quiet. ESPN have the rights for the American race at the moment, but do they make the most of them? Arguably not, unless they are those punctuated American races, Monaco particularly, things like that.
Finally.
ESPN got those rights for free back in the day.
Let's get it going now in Unreal Engine.
Onto the US market.
Yesterday had an issue with the UV maps.
The price just keeps going up and up and up. And
as you know,
it's going to take a big player. It's going to be a Netflix or an Apple that can even afford to pay what F1 now believe those figures are worth in terms of finances.
Well, if Emily is at the top of the commercial tree in Formula One, one man who wants to be top dog on the political side is the American Tim Mayer. He's launched his campaign to challenge Mohammed Ben Sulayem as FIA president in December's election. In announcing his candidacy, he didn't pull his punches about what he sees as the lack of professionalism of the FIA under Ben Sulayem.
Oh, it has opened already. Okay, awesome.
To find out more.
Now let's have some fun now.
Tim, thank you so much for joining us and making the time.
Yeah,
First of all,
right now.
Why have you decided to run for president of the FIA?
James, one of the things that, quote unquote, being fired by Mohammed gave me an opportunity to do is to really think about what it was that I valued about dedicating 100 days or more of my time to the FIA as a volunteer. And, it's really about service. For me, I have been so lucky in my career over the last 34 years, and I've gotten so much out of it. To be able to give back, both to the sport and to the FIA generally with mobility and so on, and maybe we should explain in a minute to the audience what all that means, but just to be able to give back is incredibly important to me. And as I looked at the FIA and I looked at what was going on at the FIA, I was incredibly concerned that there was this failure of leadership, this deep, corrosive effect that was going on in the FIA. And I was worried that if this continued on for another 4 years, that this was going to be deeply problematic for motorsport in general, for the member clubs that the FIA serves, and for the fans out in the grandstands in the case of motorsport, but also road users and.
Yes, it can, but.
Very concerned about the state of
and there are some tricks where, for example, you can just let me stop the podcast. So there is a trick where, for example, once you upload the material, the model once, if you import it second time and you already have the materials into Unreal Engine, they would load up automatically. But still, yeah. You have to, there's a lot of things going on that first you have to, wait a sec, where the hell are my, how did this happen? That's the roll cage, okay. Yeah, that's not. Okay, one thing is missing. It's like I can never finally make it, right? Every time something is missing. Okay, just quickly, I have to load the leverage systems on the sides of the seat. They might not make sense to have two on each side of one seat, but I'll make it the way I see it fit. I'm rolling like this. Just a sec. Hey DG, hi there, man. You've been here the whole time? Or you just came? How's going on with the barrels? I was watching you stream the other day, but couldn't stay for much longer, so I had to leave. Finally, guys. Finally, I have it. Woohoo! I'm gonna shout. That's right, man. That's proper. I'm lurking as well most of the time. Would like to see some other stuff, you know, and would just lurk around to see what's going on. Not engaging much. Racing seat, design 1. Okay, let's export that. Now let's bring it into Unreal Engine. We have now DG here. He might help us with something. DG, I'll exploit you, man. I'll ask questions. If you can, yeah. Feel free to throw in some tips. Someone joined in. Welcome, Digi. Hi there, mate.
Do you want to know?
Oh, what I want to know. I don't have specific questions right now, but for example, yesterday I had some issues with the normal maps, so I had to fix it entirely. On the Discord channel that you're here, if you go in 3D modeling, you would see an issue I had from yesterday. So I was writing that on Dynasty to ask for solution or things like that, any solution whatsoever, but nobody was able to figure it out. So I figured it has to be only the UV map. It's nothing wrong with Unreal Engine, you know. So I went back, reconfigured the whole UV map, reopened for that specific part, and now I just began texturizing, making the Substance Painter textures all over again. And yeah, I mean, I assume you have the knowledge, you know, about how to add those particles in the air, how they move, like you had it on the lights. That was so cool. So I was saying, like, yeah, because you're very knowledgeable in that sense, that maybe you can throw some sense on how to improve some stuff. How are you, by the way?
Wait, hang on. I'm looking to see what exactly the issue is. It's like a shading issue you're having.
Yeah, I was trying multiple stuff, but right now it's fixed because I have reopened the UV map, like I've said. So I fixed that part. I will throw in some lights now and you will see. I saw, like I've said, your stream the other day, and you had a very funny name written to the stream. Best of luck. What was it? Something like that.
Yeah.
And I was like,
oh. Those are my stream titles.
Yeah. I love them though. Have you encountered a streamer by the name Kelvin Cropley?
Yes.
Yeah, the other day I had a stream with him together, and he was talking about people, certain 3D artists on the Twitch that are OG, and I had no clue what that is. I'm like asking, what is OG? And he said like original gangsters. Something like that, yeah. So yeah, I have no idea what that is. Anyway,
I'm actually one of them, by the way.
Yeah. No, he said that. I agreed because you guys, you, Nimlot, and the others, you have quite the followers and all that, and very much deserving, you know, because like I told you, of all the things you've done, and that's what pushes me more and more, because I'm seeing you, and I'm thinking if DG cannot find work, then I have to do more, you know.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know what exactly to say to that, but yeah, you know, we've had that conversation before. Like,
yeah,
the industry is pretty bad right now. So there are like plenty of people who are even better than I am.
Yeah.
Who also cannot find work. So it's
yeah.
a bit sad.
I mean,
there
will be always people that are better than us and all that. I'm not, you know, bothering with that much about that. I'm just looking at the fact that if artists like yourself, like I don't know about Nimlot, I'm not talking with him that much, although I would love to. His experience is extreme, like in the characters he's doing. I'm not into that, but still, about other aspects of stuff in the 3D, you can learn a lot. So yeah, it's hard. What pains me is the fact that they don't really spend much time into reviewing all these submissions we do, like CVs we send and all that. You know, they are.
Yeah, well, time is money, so you can guarantee if there's like a position that's interesting for me, you can guarantee there are like at least 100 other people that apply for it. So,
yeah.
And they can't be bothered to reviewing, and so they start using like AI that isolates keywords and stuff. So. Or like you have to answer these questions, these stupid questions, where like yes, no, and depending on that you get like rejected automatically, that kind of stuff.
No, that makes sense. I mean,
I mean, like, you get these kind of questions, like, for example, if you apply for the UK, you get the question, are you allowed to work in the UK? So if you
Yeah.
say no, you're gonna get, like, probably gonna get, like, insta rejected.
So what's the issue? You have to be available to work in UK, so to be suitable, I guess, for their work there.
Yeah, because the thing was, back in the day when the UK was still part of the European Union or whatever, you could easily, as a European, you could easily work in the UK, no issue at all. But now with the whole Brexit thing, it's become very difficult, so you need to apply for visa and shit, so it's a pain in the ass.
I can imagine. Now it's working fabulous. Now it's great.
Yeah, because I'm here.
Now it's great. Yesterday there was this cut here. You see, it's lower on the stream. Let me. It will come.
And also, can you do one thing for me? Can you select your mesh and disable nanite?
Yep. Control E, and now nanites. Search here. Nanites. Enable. So if I disable, what happens?
Because something I've noticed, like nanite gives you really bad shading.
That's, you see, this is what I'm asking, because you would know tricks like this. And I mean, we can each of us, like every artist that you might encounter, I might encounter, knows something that you might not know, right? So yeah, I always use these.
For example, if you have like weird shading that you cannot explain how, it's most of the time it's because of nanite.
Also, I always use these. Use high precision tangent bases. Use full precision UVs.
Yeah, you can use that, yeah, but you don't need to. You can, but it will not make a big difference for your model.
When I was working on these racetracks for the studio, it made, because I couldn't make sense on how some stuff wouldn't work on the texture wise, and it happened that after setting it up, like with clicking on these two settings, use full precision and use high precision tangent and all that, it worked. So I figure it has to be turned on.
Can you stream on Discord? Because there's a Twitch delay.
If I stream on Discord as well, it's going to be too much diluted, I guess, because I'm streaming on Kick and YouTube as well, so it's probably because of that.
Yeah.
I need the new graphic card, man, so if I do that on Discord as well, it's going to go all in hell, and I want to avoid that. But yeah, I mean, we are talking now in real time, and what you're seeing, it's kind of lagging. So yeah, I understand that. Do you know where it would be put the height map here? I have the roughness. I know about that one. That's okay. This is how I would go about it. I don't know if anything has changed, and it has to be.
The height map, I put it in. Well, you have a couple of things. You could put it in the normal map. You can put it in the displacement, or you should have like a height option.
Yeah, because in here I don't. So I believe I have to turn something here. Volume, deferred
What do you need the height for though?
Well, I don't know. I just got it from the pack from Substance Painter, so I believe I would need it.
You don't need to. You don't need to. No.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. But I would trust you more.
The normal is enough.
Do you believe I should make this material, then create instance from this material and just reapply it for everyone else, instead of making these nodes manually all the time?
But if you plan on reusing that material a lot, it might be better just to make a master material, and then you the textures you have, you put them as a parameter. Then
Yeah.
you can create a material instance of your master material. Then all you have to do then is just to replace the textures, and you will get the same result.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Should I make that? While I was working in the studio, I couldn't figure out why, for example, if I change materials here on the left side, when materials were already changed on the right side here in the details of the model itself, I don't know how to explain it, they won't change, and it was quite difficult for me to understand that. But after I left and worked on my own, I kind of understood what was happening. There are definitely many things, like understanding the normal maps, how they work in Unreal Engine, with the color channels they have. I'm told the normal has to have, I don't know, some different levels of colors, channels, this and that. All in all, all I'm trying to say is that probably it was more complicated than I assumed.
Yeah. I mean, like, in terms of user friendliness, Unreal has like improved a lot. It used to be like much more difficult back in the day now.
Also, just yesterday, I noticed that's the thing in the softwares like Maya I'm using, or you would use Blender. But in here, I wasn't aware of the fact that, for example, I'm using these maps here, normal, roughness and all that. And apparently, I would have had to deselect the sRGB here for the color. Yeah, this one. So that one, I guess, where is the advanced, where is it? Maybe I should just write sRGB like this. What's happening?
It should be enabled. So only thing you would need to do is if you plan on working with metal and rough, you need to disable something in the metal and rough.
Yeah, I'm seeing now that. Oh, so some of them that have been applied. Yeah. The normal map is applied and automatically is deselected. But for the others is not. Okay, that's okay. That's understandable. Let's turn off these not to waste any RAM memory. Yesterday I was streaming and all crashed, man.
Really off.
Yeah, while streaming everything crashed.
Okay, let me share something really quick. I'm streaming on Discord.
Yeah. I'll open this. I'll put it in here.
Just show you something really quick.
Wait, how to? Yep, here it is.
So you see this? This is the base color. So this, most of the time you don't need to change anything. But what is important is when you...
yeah, that normal map. You see, it's different.
Yeah, but sometimes it shows blue or something. But if you import it, Unreal is gonna recognize it's a normal map, so it should be fine. Okay, like here in the compression, if it doesn't do it, just pick this here. In compression settings, pick normal map.
Okay.
And another thing is when you're like so this is an like a compressed texture map, but just specific for Unreal.
Yeah.
So this is.
Yeah, there are the
here,
channels.
This is the ambient occlusion, this is the roughness, and this is the metallic.
Yeah, it's like 3 in 1.
Yeah, I was just working with masks. So, but what's important is that if you import roughness texture or metalness map, in the compression setting, you pick this mask no sRGB.
Yeah.
Because if you don't do that, your values are gonna be incorrect to Substance Painter.
Yeah. Thank you a lot for that, man.
Right, I think that's it.
Let me try and make one Now this would be, let's say, the master. So material instance, instance.
So this is actually, I can actually show you this as well. Like here, this is my master material.
Okay.
So I have one parameter here, base color.
Yeah.
Because that's the only thing I want to change. And then I created a material instance from this, and then I could change the color here.
Yeah. Specular value. I'm going to make from one material that is already applied onto the model itself. From that I'll create an instance. That's fine?
Yeah, I think so.
Metallic map.
And if you want, for example, that you like your material, but you just want to change the textures, you
yeah.
can this little parameter.
That's what I like, because it's much faster.
And you should do it.
Yeah, in that case I'll try that to see how it works. This was metallic.
Oh yeah, I wanted to show this why you should disable nanite in my opinion. So now I'm gonna enable it. Did you see this?
Yeah.
Terrible shading here?
Yep.
That's because of nanite. Like here, look at this. This is horrible.
So if you turn it off, I didn't know that nanite support it's loaded all the time. Did you? What kind of graphic card do you have, by the way?
4080.
4080. That's awesome. Yeah, 70. Why I'm yesterday and today again? I'm all the time saying 70 first. Instead of 1070 Ti. It's like 7th generation. Yeah, I wish that.
I used to have a 1070 as well, so it was a huge upgrade for me.
I plan on taking 5070 Ti. What do you think of it? I mean, they told me for the specification I have, that would be like the optimum. Everything else I take more than that. Like 4090, for example, even lower generation, but higher with RAM and all that, or 5090. 5090 Ti and all that, it wouldn't I wouldn't use all the power they have. It will give me like bottlenecking and all that. So what do you think of 5070? Should I go for it?
Well, a 70 series is good, but if you have the budget, go for 80.
5080?
Yeah, if you have the budget. If you don't, 70 is good.
Yeah. I believe that for my for what I'm trying to do and considering I've been doing now for 8 years, 9 years, 5070 Ti with RTX and all that, I think would be quite sufficient. I believe. I don't know, I mean. Seat pads now. No. Apply. No. Yeah, for this one should be, I guess, now seat pads. So seat pads. Let's see how it will work out, this one. Now seat pads, height, metallic, normal, roughness. Those are all the ones I need. Seat pads. Let's see if it works. I hope it does. Seat pads. So opening up now. Let's locate it. There it is. Here the parameters. Let's click to turn them on. And let's try now change them. So going back to seat pads. This is the base color. This is the normal. This would be the roughness. And this would be the metallic. For all I can see right now, they're working quite fine. Quite nice. Definitely I'll have to play with the light a bit later on. Where are the lights though? Yeah, let's bring that one lower. Oh, it went further down the road, and it's quite on the side. Why is that? Yeah, it will be better if I just go and select new ones. DG, what I like, I mean, the purpose of this is that the rendering I'll get with Unreal Engine is much faster.
Yeah, that's yeah.
It's
That's
much
why a lot
faster.
of people are starting to use Unreal Engine as an offline render.
Let me show you the render I had from yesterday. The visual car parts, racing seats, no, back, images, renders, racing seats. Here it is. Where did it go? Yep. It will open in a second. I'm watching the stream from my side. Yep, there it is. So this one's from yesterday, but obviously I want to improve on this. It's not the final. I just like first one I did, and now I did entirely new seats, entirely new details. I mean, the sewing and the positioning of the stuff, it's pretty much the same, but the material, I have a few things that were off here. For example, this here, you wouldn't notice it, but in Unreal Engine I did, and when it will go zoomed in right now in a sec there. So in Unreal Engine I wanted to make 360, rotation, and this was quite visible. It wasn't really okay, so that's why I went back and redid all of that.
What's the issue? Just because of the UVs?
Yeah, only because of the UVs, and when I turned on the normal map at the level I had, it just went nuts. Normal strength. Maybe I should lower it. Specular value, roughness. It shouldn't be... Now, this is odd. Like, this shouldn't reflect at all. Metalness is off. Normal strength, it's... Yeah, look at this. It's like... Wait a sec. Is that... No.
Did you check the mask? The compression setting?
Just a sec, but this shouldn't be really like that. Now let's go to the... This is the master. So... This is the normal. This is the metallic. Okay, going there, let's... Oh, I get it. I get it. Now I have mistaken them. Roughness value. And this is the metalness. Now should I apply and go here? So the value should be changed. Roughness value 1 and metalness 0. So now it should be better. Yeah, it is. You see, now there is no reflectivity. It's just flat material, and now it's much better. Yeah. There you go. Now the next in order would be Control E, frame bottom. Okay, let's make yeah, Control D, frame bottom. Now let's open that one and let's change the textures with that. Here, frame bottom. The hour here, it's 2 o'clock. I'll be streaming only for 1 hour more, and then I'll be going for a weekend in city Ohrid by the lake. I'll be off for 3 days. Be right back on Monday to continue with this. Yeah. No, this is racing seat specs or car seat. No, back. Was it there? No, it's car seat. Yeah, bottom frame. Yeah, frame bottom. There you go. Base color, metallic, normal, roughness. Okay. Now, base color, metallic, bottom frame, roughness, specular value. Specular value, is it always 0.5? I mean, that's what I'm told.
You should, my opinion, you should just leave it alone. Don't look at.
Yeah. Leave it alone. Okay. Yeah. Okay. What does it mean if I save sibling? Save child. The child would be the master. I don't need the master. I wouldn't like to touch that. There's physical parent. Yeah, that's the one, I guess. And then there is this physical material. There's so many stuff about this Unreal Engine that can get better. That's what kind of scares me. And in the same time, I love it. Because
Unreal is like, oh my god, this looks like horrible. How do I fix it? You look for something. Okay, check this. Okay, now it looks good. That's
pretty
Unreal,
much.
That's Unreal 5 in a nutshell.
Yeah, pretty much like that. If not exactly like that. But you know what? I mean, there is a lot to learn, and if you do, that's like, I'm happy when I learn new things. So the problem with me myself personally is I hate getting into problems like that and being stuck into stuff like that, not being able to fix them. But if there is someone who can help me out with it, I'm all about it, you know. I would love to learn it.
I mean, last, what was it, yesterday? And the day before, I just spent like all day trying to figure out why I was getting bad shading, and it was because of fucking nanite.
Yeah, you see, and now that you learned that, that's like revealing, I don't know, Finding America. To an extent. Let's not exaggerate, but you get the point.
Yeah, that's why I just don't want to use nanite. And don't want to use it anymore.
Nanite would be good for tremendous big files that you would have, right? But for something else, doesn't really matter. The radius, I guess, should be bigger. Yep, there it is. The lights here. Light on the side.
Okay, cool.
Look at this. I'm gonna create a virtual box. Like this. You would
so
think...
do you know if you post-process to put it on infinite?
Infinite.
Okay, go to your post-process, press type in infinite, and then you
see
the
infinite box.
Thing called infinite bounds.
Yeah. Just one sec to see why. I guess this is from the radius. No. What's this? At half here. Why it's showing like that? Maybe I should delete it entirely. Nope, still there. What's this? The mesh doesn't seem to make any difference. Oh. I have one on the top there. Why I cannot select it? There it is. Yeah, it's right in the middle of... Awesome. Oops, went out of the boundary there. Yep. Like that. No, it's much more like it. Sorry, DG. What were you saying? Should I click on the post-processing volume?
Yeah.
And click infinite.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, the infinite except unbound should be true or false.
It should be true.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
Do you know any tricks about setting this with path tracing? Because Lumen doesn't give me like stable, stable. How to pronounce that word, by the way? I don't know why it sounds weird. Oh, sorry, Ash, dude. I was so invested into this, I didn't really caught your question. Substance 3D painted does.
1070, you can't really get like good results with the 1070 using a path tracer.
Myself?
Yeah.
Yeah. So then instead, what would you suggest?
I would just say just do it with Lumen and try to get a good result. Just with Lumen. Just to play around with the lights. With direct lights, I think you can get like a very good result. Like the render of my robot. That was just with Lumen.
Okay, I believe this is going to be awesome stuff with the seats. Let's get. I mean, this is far from over. Speaking of, I mean, I finished the seats, but still the visualization and all that. And by the way, DG, right before you wrote, I was thinking about you, because I would look at you and you would do this amazing stuff and all that, and within 2 days from that point, you would come back with visualizations from Unreal Engine and stuff, which I would say would take probably a week to play with, you know, colors, renderings, details. But you seem like to do it, once you finish streaming about that stuff, within 2 days you publish it. That's the opinion I have. Maybe I'm wrong. So, I mean, you're quite good at it.
I mean, this is probably one of your first experiences with Unreal Engine. You know, the more you use it, the more comfortable you will get with it, and the faster you will just drop stuff.
Yeah, I assume. You're right. I would love to have those particles. Maybe when I'll come to that point once I make all the materials, probably next week. If you can jump in a second and help me out with that, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
Kelvin, yesterday.
You have a lot of pre-made stuff with Unreal too. That will help.
Yeah.
Like if you start a new project, you could actually start enable like starters content, and in those starter contents you have like pre-made materials or like some pre-made particles and stuff that can help you.
Buckle. Let's get the buckle now. Okay, textures. Buckle alone. Now, which one was it here? Details. What it is like, pardon me, about Substance Painter is the fact that, I mean, this is maybe myself not knowing how to fix it or do it better, but I have this export of stuff from Substance Painter with all these crazy names. For example, you have Buckle Design 1, which is the name of the mesh, and then it adds the name of the material. And when I'm trying to locate them in here, it's sometimes puzzling, you know. I'm sure there is a way on how that can be altered, but again...
Yes, actually. in your export settings, you can actually say what the name should be.
Yeah, no, buckle. Why this doesn't change? Oh, I haven't put the material in there, so the buckle should be here. Yep, there it is. Oh, that's looking nice. Maybe the roughness maybe should be lowered, like 0.9. And the good thing is it gives you instant results like this, you know, normal strength. Let's leave it at 0 and roughness value 1. It's like it doesn't make any difference. Yeah, look at 10, 2. It's like you can play a lot with it. I would go for 5. Yeah. It's much more natural. Okay, so from this I'll make another duplicate. So to carry on with the details I would need, the next one would be buckle screws. Wait a second. That doesn't make different sense. Buckle handle, actually. Buckle handle. Oops. Buckle handle. The time flew today quite fast. When I began, when it came almost, I mean, it's 2 o'clock now, but yeah, within like that, you know, very fast, it's going to be 3 o'clock. And once 3 o'clock comes, I'll have to go. Unfortunately. I mean, I'd love to go on weekend, but once you know, DG, once you get working on something, you just cannot stop.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah. I know the feeling.
Yeah, I know you do. That's why I'm saying it, because actually before I began streaming, I ran up into not knowingly, I ran up into you. I saw Nimlot, but of Nimlot I was aware because a friend of mine loves to do characters, and he was so much in awe about Nimlot. He would tell me about him, and he would say, "Don't write stupid things on his channel. He would ban you," or things like that. And I was like, "Why? I mean, I don't mean anything bad, you know, and not that I wrote anything." But yeah, I didn't even have Twitch. And after a while, I'm watching him, and I was like, why don't make something like this and try to stick with this discipline that these guys have? And one of you was one of them was you. I'm not exaggerating anything. This is for a fact.
That was one of me.
you was one of those guys that I knew that were already existing on Twitch and that are doing this great stuff. That I was in awe, really. Like, wow, this is great. I wanna be able to do something similar like this. Oh, I already have a buckle handle. Okay, got carried out a bit there. So this is the base color. Maybe I should name this instead of diffuse to something else like base color. What would you think is the difference between albedo, diffuse, color map? Like, that's all the same. Base color, diffuse map.
In the end, it is actually all the same. It's a little bit different because back in the day you had like a different shader setup. It's called specular, a gloss, and then you had then it was with diffuse. It's called diffuse, but the difference was in diffuse you can actually have shadows. Like when you have PBR, then PBR came, and then you have like base color, and in base color you're actually not really allowed to have shadows because it doesn't really work well with but yeah, with PBR values and stuff. So that's like the biggest difference. But in the end, it's the same. It's the base color.
Yeah. That's quite a thing to know, really, to be aware of. Oops, no, what I'm doing. So how far have you gone with yeah, with these that you're doing? What was it? Damn it, the cans, how they're called?
Oleograms or barrels.
Barrels, yeah, thank you, barrels. So you're making them to be modular, to be like a pack of assets, things like that?
Something like that, yeah. I haven't really figured out how exactly I'm gonna do it, but the plan is to have like one pristine, so something that comes like pretty much out of the factory, then one that's worn, and then one that's like been almost destroyed, abandoned.
You finished all that?
Not really. I mean, I pretty much finished the worn one. I'm probably gonna stream today and work on the pristine one. And then somewhere later we will make a destroyed one. I mean, this is the one that I just showed. That's the worn one. So again. He changed that color, by the way. That blue green is horrible.
Yeah. Let me show you something. You read that on the top?
Read what?
The name, what it says.
No. It's stream delay.
It will get, just a sec. Where is it? Yeah, now.
Crash. I need to zoom in a bit more. I can't read that.
Yeah. I guess the quality. It's trash racing. So yeah. That's why the color is like that. That's my wife asking, have I done packing?
Hello, this is wife.
Yeah, she did an account so to be able to support me. I love her.
Aww.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me help you help her. Here.
Thank you, man, so much. Thank you, that was so nice. Oh, she has a nice emoji there. Nice try, it says. By the way, I just did a duplicate of the master material thinking it's an instance. How silly of me, right? Force delete.
That happens.
Yeah. I need duplicate of the seat pads. And this should be called seat belt. But now it will be 2 because this one will have to be deleted. I mean, how easy you can get worked up in here, that's crazy. In between all these materials and all that. Seat belt, so this one should be free. Yeah, it's free. Do you think that it's crucial when you get like force delete or on something that it's forbidden to delete it, that you have to alter it first to change it, to fix it before you do it?
Force delete. Don't be scared. If you want to delete something, force delete it.
So nothing would happen basically.
No, I mean the only thing is if you have like materials linked to it, obviously the material will be gone, but that's it. Nothing is gonna crash or something, unless you're unlucky, but no, should not be the case.
So seat belt. No, I'll make inside variations. It would be black and red. Now for the green seat that we have here, the black one would be much more suitable, but still I didn't have this in oh jeez, I didn't have this in mind. So the Recaro inscription is red, but everything else is black. So how that will come here, it doesn't matter much. It's just showcasing of how this all works. Roughness, this should be the metallic, and that's the normal. Now the metalness 0, roughness what? Yeah, that should be fine. Why it's so flashy like that? It should be less flashy like this. It's nice.
Right, what you're seeing now here, these are the barrels. This is like the version that's warm. It's being used.
Let me see the, where's, yeah, there's the stream.
So the interesting thing is that you can, as you've seen it before, you can change the color of the barrel, but the amount of dirt still stays the same. You like it? No?
Yeah,
Like it?
yeah, I'm watching them. I'm having them on the left top corner. They're nice. I mean, I entered the stream exactly when you were talking with Nimlot about the damage, and Bibo Man was telling you something about it was too much or something like that, and I'm like, it's not really too much. It's just fine.
Yeah, there's always personal preferences of something
Yeah.
or something to like.
I mean, that's always gonna be the case, you know. You cannot ever
Yeah.
get it, I don't know, entirely, you know, right. So this is just art. I mean,
Yeah, so like I mentioned, so this is the warm version, so now I have to make two other versions. So one that's very clean, that came out of the factory, and one that's like abandoned or like destroyed. So probably later gonna make the pristine version, the clean version. But I need to take a shower, I need something first. Actually looks nice in gray. Oh.
yeah. Maybe you could have added yellow and red, and make them like green, red, yellow, like the traffic light.
You want yellow? Sure.
Yeah, you can alter them easily like that. I mean, you know, red one would be, it's quite common for barrel, so it can be nice. But yeah, you can, that's easily doable.
Any color you want.
Yeah. I'm watching you, I'm watching here. I'm like, that's normal again, the metallic roughness.
Yellow and red, here you go.
Yeah.
Now one thing I'm still like thinking of should do, so you have this one with the sign here, I think it would be nice if you could like change the sign, like you can with like what you have with the color, but you could do something similar but with the sign. I haven't figured out that one yet.
I'll be gone for the weekend, but I'll be thinking on this a lot. I cannot.
You need to let it go for a
I
little
cannot.
bit.
I cannot wait to finish it. I can tell you that. I cannot wait to finish it. But before I do, I want to make sure that all is in place, everything is good, that I have nice animations. I want to have the exploded version and all that. I want to implement all that before I present them. I think this green color of the Petronas alike sponsor color with this black, it's quite complementary, but the red one in here, yeah, it's quite odd there. But
I mean, despite I think Mercedes has the prettiest livery of all the cars, in my opinion.
yeah, no, it looks fine. It's very nice, honestly.
I think like I fucking dislike McLaren and orange. McLaren used to have back in 2004. They used to have like with grey, and like, the silver and red was like, why can't they go that way? Why are they still going orange?
McLaren?
Yeah.
Why they're orange?
Yeah.
So you don't know the history about it?
I don't actually.
Just a sec to read some messages here. Well, McLaren is, as you know, created by Bruce McLaren, and Bruce McLaren is from New Zealand. He's New Zealander, and they have this national pride animal called kiwi, and apparently the colors that he liked most related to that and New Zealand and all that. I don't know how. It's papaya color. It's orange, and everything that you see from the time back when he was racing in Pan Am races, Le Mans and all those stuffs, because back in the day McLaren weren't only racing, you know, in F1, they were racing everywhere, and that's why they still have this culture of racing in IndyCar, racing on Indy 500, racing in almost all albeit but NASCAR. You know, they don't have only team there. They have raced in Le Mans, they have raced in Can-Am races, in North America, in Europe with F1. They had teams in, I don't know, Formula 3 at the time, like Lotus did when Jim Clark died, you know. So the color is from there. That's in their history. It's actually the color that we know it to be gray and silver. That's not their color. That's the color of West. But this is the same opinion I had almost like just recently, until 2012, 2011, like that, when Ron Dennis was on the brink of being fired, and I wanted to learn more about, okay, so Ron Dennis is not the owner of McLaren. Who is the owner? How McLaren was brought up, this and that. So I learned all about that, and I figured that, yeah, so the color of McLaren is actually orange, in like Ferrari's red, but Ferrari, it's too much strict about that. For example, Ferrari, the only time they raced other color than red was when they used blue color racing in the US as a result of revolt against some seller of Ferrari cars in US. Other than that, they would never do that. So McLaren is not like that. They have, yeah, and in regards also to the engines, you know, they have all these kinds of engines. They run Porsche, they run Peugeot, they ran Lamborghini at the time, but never in F1. They were testing it, and apparently Ayrton Senna was very happy with that engine. But yeah, I mean, they have this culture of changing things, not sticking to one. So now coming back to the orange is actually getting back to the roots.
I think this should still. I mean, it was McLaren, Mercedes back in the day, though. So
yeah.
I still think that, in my opinion, like 2004 era, with the silver and red and black, easily best looking F1 car.
Yeah. Even back in the day, I was about Schumacher, but if I had to admit it, I always liked the McLaren more, and I would never forget Mika Hakkinen like leaning forward in his car, sharp, like focused, straight, looking straight ahead of him, super fast. It was very nice to see that. It was very nice looking, so to speak. Yeah, I mean their car was super beautiful, and the interesting thing is, you would see, like I'm apparently seeing it for people who I know are not that much into F1 and now are telling me stories about who is who, and we have these arguments. I'm talking about friends of mine, you know. So we would talk and they would say, "Oh, but McLaren and Mercedes, those are the same." And when they tell me that, I know what's the level of knowledge they have. They were never the same. It was actually only the engine that they were provided with. But yeah, it's fine. I mean, as kids, I was thinking the same. But yeah, like I've said, I was actually interested in it to actually see and learn more, not to be just talking out of my ass.
I mean, look at this car, bro. Look at it.
Which car? Let me.
This one.
Oh, David Coulthard MP4 19B.
Look at that, bro. Look at that. Look at this livery. Why cannot McLaren go this way?
Yeah. It was
better than that fucking ugly orange color, in my opinion.
type the McLaren from 2005 that Kimi drove with. I mean, Kimi drove this one as well, but the one with the shark fins on the side, it was
Yeah. With the silver.
Yeah. I will never forget the pass he made on Fisichella in the last lap in Suzuka. That was, oh my god. Dude, where did that come from? I mean, he was pushing all the way from the back and he was very fast all the time. Throughout whole race, but yeah. That was, wow. Digi, do you have any advice in regards to the lighting in Unreal Engine that I can get better? Something that I can do?
There are like billions of things I can say. Well, first of all, in your post-process, the exposure, put everything on 0 for starters.
Post-process, exposure. Right now it's on 11th. 18.
I put everything and the exposure at 000 because then you know nothing is gonna get overexposed.
Okay. Now I have lights here, but they are.
But check everything, like all the things you can see under exposure. Like put everything on 0, and now it's gonna be dark. Yeah, sure, but then you just erase the light intensity of everything.
So the exposure compensation here, it's manual and it should be on 0. And then to try and ramp up the intensity of this. Will that work? I think that it wouldn't. What's that? Yep. Oh, here's the light. What would you use in here? I have EV exposure, nits, candelas, lumens. Lumens.
I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I always use lumen.
Okay. So here it's infinite. Let's say. Oh my god. Okay. I'm getting now something. Okay, so let's copy that value, bring lumens, movable. Does it make difference if you place the lights under movable setting here?
Not really. For your case, it doesn't really matter.
Okay, I guess height. This should be, yeah, like that. Actually, yeah, that's too much. I guess I'll bring it to how it was. Yeah, much softer shadows here. Much better. Okay. Oh my, I don't want to leave, dude. I don't want to leave. I want to stick with this whole day. It's Friday, but even if I was leaving, left at home, I would have been doing this whole day. I wouldn't have been going out. I don't know. Why does the Twitch shows... I mean, I know that you're not bothered, but for now, for example, right now it shows that there is only one person on Twitch, and I know that it's at least a couple more. So what I'm asking probably is, Twitch is not very much precise in that matter, is it?
Not really, no. I mean, it all varies. So if I, like, for example, if you know someone is in but he muted the stream, it doesn't count as a viewer.
Aha. Okay, that's fine. I mean, it's engaging to watch a stream. It's not really just... it's like you would spend time watching show, right? Something like that. Okay, where was I now? Did I create it? No, I haven't. Let's create any from the buckle. I guess I'll finish this chair, and probably I'll have time to just duplicate and do a second one, and that will be all. But still, what I said, it will come to materialize that I planned on finishing this by Friday, and it's pretty much done, except I will just go on further on and try to do all other visualizations I want to do.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. Look, I did this here on the bottom, so there is, like, you know, bolted to the ground. Now the leverage system on the sides. Buckle screws, that will be left for last because it will be just metal. So leverage system. Yeah, only 25 minutes to go. I'll write also like this, so for if anyone comes in, to be aware. Yeah, one might say, oh, you're too much caring. Leverage system. I wanted to mention something just right now, and my thought kind of escaped me. Yeah, it was related to the work. My thoughts run away. Now this is plastic, so there is no metal, flatness, normal strength. Actually, normal strength, if I put 1, it's actually flattening the normal, and it won't have any strength, which is reverse. I should just rename it into normal flattening, because the node is normal flatten normal, how it was. And the plastic on the back like that. All should be quite fine. That's all good. Let's see the tops. Yeah. Oh, on the bottom. So apparently these at the back are not. Done as they should be, but yeah, the last bit in the model, for which if I now redo the whole, it's going to take me a lot more time. Yeah, like I've said, it's like something preventing me to finish this. It's all the time something else, something else. Now this is too much.
It looks good so far.
Sorry?
I think it looks good so far.
Yeah, I mean, it looks good indeed, but yeah, I would still want to optimize on this much more. Like, I don't like this sharp end here of the lights. I'll have to fix that all. Before I go, I'll just rename this into racing seat trash racing. Now I'll make a duplicate and I'll just change the color for the cloth of the. I hope that doesn't change, by the way, the materials on the other one. I don't know if that's the case, if that will happen, but let's check it. So seat cloth, I will need to just make a copy of this. Seat cloth. Schumacher. Let's bring up the textures I've made. So yeah, there are pads and it's not only one. For the sake of using more space of the UV map, I created 3 materials. I really need to find a way on how. I really need just to learn UDIMs, how to use them.
I mean, the UDIMs in the end is just multiple textures. It's similar to what you're doing now.
Yeah, but
it's not that much different. So I think I'm gonna go and take a shower. I need something. Then I'm gonna stream a little bit.
Okay, man. Thanks for stopping by, though,
No problem.
and for all the tips. I'll try to use some.
Next time when you're on my stream, you can I can share a couple of things of Unreal. And
Yep, sure.
like lighting stuff.
Let's just check if this works now. Where is it though? Seat cloth. Yeah, here. Schumacher cloth. I've made like different versions of it. I hope it works. Okay, there. So let's turn this on. It's going to be all red almost. Yeah, both changed. I don't like this. Ah. But you see how different it is and how better it looks now?
It looks better on red.
Yeah. I mean, I have all these different variations. I have made of Senna, of McLaren, Vettel, Red Bull. I've made a red with different details. I have the Recaro, this one, seat belts in different variation as well. I would need to find a way on how now to isolate this material to be basically different, not to be related with this one. So if I change on this, it won't interact with this one. I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah, it's possible. It's similar to what I'm doing with the mask, so that it only applies to the part that you have selected.
How to do that? Mask. Support physical material masks.
Well, it's like a mask. It's similar to what I'm doing. You export the mask from Substance Painter, and then you create a lerp, a linear interpolation, and at the top you put like the parameter of color, and then at the bottom you put the the base color, but it needs to be gray. So basically what you're doing then is that you are giving it the right color in the engine then.
Yeah, it sounds quite complicated, honestly.
Probably, because it's actually not that complicated, but basically what you want to do is that you want to change the color without affecting everything else, right?
Yeah, I want to change the color of the other seat without changing the other one. Like I made only duplicate.
Oh, like that you mean? Oh, why you can just create a second material then?
Well, I did. That's the thing. I did created second material. It's called like material seat called Schumacher. It's different material, and I have applied to this node. And now if I change that node, automatically changes on the other seat as well. It's like, let me check if, yeah, I mean, if I click on the other one, it's also changed in here. So
what you need to do is pretty much what you did. So you have your master material, and then you create two material instances. That's one of them is Schumacher and the other one is Mercedes. Then it should be fine.
Yeah, but whatever I change, DG is going to change on the first model. That's the thing, because I made now new material, and now I'm applying to this one, the second. And when I apply to that one, automatically changed the first one as well. It's like these models are all attached in between, like all the same. I don't know. It shouldn't be like that, I guess. For example, when you make duplicates of one model in 3D software like Blender, for example, or in Maya or any other, and you apply different material to that duplicated new created model, it should take different values, right? But in this case, it's changing to the other one. Maybe because I made duplicate. Maybe I shouldn't do duplicate, but do something else like.
Well, double click on the material. Pick one of the seats. Double click on it.
Okay.
Okay, then in the details tab, you should see which material is applied to it right now.
It's the original one, seat cloth.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's
now now duplicate it.
The model.
Yeah.
Okay, here it is. And now on this one, I would add this seat cloth from that I renamed Schumacher. So if I add that one here, you will see here on the stream. Yeah, you see. So if I add it there, it will change also on this one. Here, Control E for shortcut to open this slot in here. It's changed there as well. So if I now add the textures from that folder, that I had, let me show you like this. You see, everything changes.
Yeah, of course, because you're changing the master material now.
I will try to create an instance and get back to, but still.
So you have you can have like a master material and it's applied to both of them. So that's why I said create a material instance. And okay, so here's the thing. So you have that master material should not be applied to your meshes. Only the material instances should be applied to your mesh.
Let me try and do something else. I'll select this material that I created right now, and I apply to some other where it's just another instance and see what happens. Whether it will change on both, because it will be just instance with instance. Yeah, it changes on both again. You see. The leverage system, it will change. It's both red. If I go back, yeah. No, probably I'll have to, just re-import another one and just drag in all the materials that I can and just have fun with this, with the others. It shouldn't be that complicated though, still, Maybe that way. But I'm sure there is a way around and we can find this, how it is maybe later on when I get back on Monday. I'll try to figure this out. I'll write on DG Dynasty. Sorry, DG. Your name, your nickname comes much easier to pronounce. On Dynasty. Maybe they will have something to say. Let's ramp up the quality. High quality, Gaussian, 4. These are all 4s usually, right? I mean, that's what I'm going for always. Oh, not 100. Oh, it can go to 1000. Yeah, actually. Max.
It's time for me to go.
Take care, buddy.
Yep, I'll see you on Monday.
Enjoy. And yeah, talk to you on Monday. In between, I'll be posting some stuff on I don't know, stories, things like that.
Cool.
YouTube. Maybe I'll be surfing on with some scooter on water. I hope, if I find one. Yeah. One thing before you go, can you follow people on coffee pages if you have a profile without donating anything?
That's a good question. I don't have a Ko-Fi, so I think you need to make an account.
Yeah, because I find it interesting. It gives there, like, you can make a blog short and it shows when you're automatically on Twitch and things like that. And from recently, like yesterday, I made the Twitch only for followers to be able to write, because I figured I didn't thought about this in that way. When you have that, it's taking you, it's keeping you safe from bots, because bots don't have this ability to follow. They would only write, but if you have this, they won't write anymore. So I think it's better now.
That's a good question, because I don't I don't know much about Ko-Fi. I think Name knows more about Ko-Fi.
Yeah. DG, thank you again for stopping by. Have fun, mate. Take care, and let's touch on Monday.
All right. See you.
Bye bye. I'll go too as well. Bye. Guys, that was DG. Very, how to say, active and followed 3D artist. Amazing stuff he does. You can follow on his Twitch. Apparently he's going to go streaming in short after this. Meanwhile, I'll try to stick in here for some 10 minutes to do something, to try something. 10 more minutes, and then I'll be going. Literally, I'll be streaming until 3 o'clock. Now it's 2:50, so. Okay. Okay, where is the file? Let's heat up some music. 8 more minutes. It's like a countdown to New Year's Eve, and I know it's not like that. Okay, racing seats, renders car parts, racing seats, exports, design 1, Unreal Engine. Now Schumacher, this will be the second one. I'll just bring over each and every one of them to load into the nodes that are oh crap, now this shouldn't have happened. But yeah, once I literally just applied the other materials, they would be changed. Now, for example, I have the Schumacher cloth here, so all I have to find is the cloth and it will be automatically applied like that. And every other file that I have in here, by the way, these from the previous one, I can just, yeah, let's try this one, delete, this one, delete. All those that we don't need, the screws are the only thing that will have to be left because that's some material that's not done, so to speak, in the right way. I haven't adjusted adjusted it before. Oh my god, what's happening with my voice? Prior, you know, the exporting in here. So okay, buckle metal there, buckle handle there, buckle metal already, buckle yep. Oh, I didn't realize there's so much inclination on the bottom there. Now that's better. Now let's go for grip, ground grip. These are the same. Frame. Now we have frame here too. So frame side, frame bottom. There it is. Let's see if the nanite, it's selected. This we've been told just now by DG that would cause issues with the shading, so let's turn it off. Now, different thing that we can use in here is just go in materials quickly before I run out of time. 5 more minutes to go. I'll just type seatbelts and make a duplicate instance of this seatbelt red. So on this one, I'll reapply the textures which are for the seatbelt, but the red one. I have made different versions of them. Now, where are these? They should be, yeah, there they are. Seatbelts red. So we have, let's close this down. Racing seats. No, yeah, that was fine actually. So not that, that's different stuff. Design 1, seatbelts red. Details for better visuals, bring them in. Now reopen this one and bring them accordingly. Oh my, how much time I would have lost if I needed to do this one by one. So seatbelt red, seatbelt, that's the file, and now they will be in here, the red ones. Now I wanna, my intention is to have them like many of them, not many, but I have specific amount of for Ayrton Senna, for Sebastian Vettel, one fully black, fully red, and this trash version of here. Let me just cut off this cinematic camera. That's something that I'll come in later on. And already you can see that the video memory is exhausted. I mean, that's hilarious. So, okay, I mean, how it wouldn't be. Anyway, so I have one kind of knitting here, stitching different here. My intention would be to have them all in same place and then just make rotation on that specific animation and all that really made like that. Yeah, that's all for now. Thank you all for watching, and yeah, I'll continue on Monday. I'll be off for the weekend. What I set out to finish, I have finished. The racing seats are done. So basically on Monday I'll just continue with visualizations and having fun with this all. It will be quite creative process. If you wanna hang out, be part of it, you're welcome. Have a nice Friday and enjoy the weekend. Stay safe. Bye bye.